Production by Liang Gu, Family Story, author, Zheng Zhendua. Preface. I have never written any novels. What is included in this collection are just small stories. Several of them were written in the past 3 or 4 years. A large part was written in August last year. Written while living in Paris. During my life in Paris, except for a few special visits to chateaux in the suburbs with a few friends, I would either go to the National Library or the Louvre Museum during the day. In the evening, I also went to the Opera House several times. I also visited cafes in Montparnasse a few times, but most of the time I was at home. Therefore, I wrote a few stories casually under the light of the small room. Its general title was originally set as Family Story, but when it was published, it was named after each chapter, and the general title was not attached. The Chinese family is a mysterious and unpredictable place. Based on the judgment of my conscience, I really can't tell whether it is good or bad, and it is even harder to point out its disadvantages or advantages. But from the stories in those articles, we may be able to get a glimpse of this mysterious and dying old Chinese family. I write these stories, of course, with some nostalgia. However, I can say that they are not my own memoirs. Some of them may be old things, but they are by no means records of old things. The characters cannot be said to be real. Some people may think that they are a little bit like the real person. That is because this type of people can be encountered everywhere. So they thought it was written like him or like her. In fact, it's all the same thing. What I write is the accumulated shadow of the old family, and the characters in it are also accumulated shadows. They never allude to someone or something. If anyone wants to shed some light on these stories, the result will probably be the same as good for nothing, like Suyin in A Dream of Red Mansions. I hate shady novels or stories the most in my life, and of course I will never write a story that has the possibility of discovering hidden things. I don't seem to have any obvious condemnation of the old family and old characters. Maybe it's a little nostalgic. Of course, readers will understand this. Aren't many tragedies brewed by those old families? But assuming they are bad or wrong, is that their own sin? I should thank Mr. Yi Xingtao here, who corrected many places for me, and I should also thank Mr. Su Jiaofu, who collected this last volume for me, which I did not have time to collect myself. There are several others who urged me to publish this book, and I would like to thank them all. Without their supervision and encouragement, this collection would not be available to readers. Among them, Mr. Lao Shi is particularly worth mentioning. Cat. I have had cats at home several times, and they always ended up missing or dead. Third sister likes cats the most. She often plays with cats when she comes home after class. Once, I got a newborn cat from next door. The gray hair is very lively, often like white snowballs with soil, rolling around in the sunshine in front of the porch. Third sister would often take a red ribbon or a rope and drag it back and forth in front of it. It pounced to grab it, and then pounced to grab it. I sat on a wicker chair and watched them. I could spend an hour or two with a smile. At that time, the sun was shining warmly, and I felt the freshness and joy of life in my heart. Later, the cat suddenly lost weight for some reason. He also refused to eat, and his shiny fur was dirty. He lay under the chair in the living room all day long and refused to come out. Third sister tried various ways to tease it, but it ignored her. We are all sad about it. Third sister specially bought a very small copper bell and wore it with a red satin belt. Hanging around its neck, it only looks out of place. It just lies there without any business, lazy and depressed. One day at noon, when I came back from the translation office, my third sister said sadly, "Brother, the kitten is dead." I also feel a ray of bitterness in my heart. Pity the couple who have been together for the past 2 months. At that time, I could only comfort my third sister and said, "It doesn't matter, I will ask for another one from somewhere else and give it to you." A few days later, the second sister came back from her uncle's house in Hongkou. She said that her uncle had 3 or 4 kittens that were very interesting and she was about to give them to others. The third sister encouraged her to get one. On Sunday, my mother came back, but she brought a yellow kitten with her. Immediately, part of third sister's attention was attracted by this yellow kitten. This kitten is more interesting and lively than the first one. It runs around in the garden and climbs trees. Sometimes it will pounce on butterflies when they fly by peacefully. It seems to be too lively and not afraid of strangers at all. Sometimes it jumps from the tree to the wall, and then runs to the street to bask in the sun. We are all very worried about it. Where's the kitten? Where's the kitten? I ask several times a day. Every time I have to look for it again before I find it. Third sister often pointed at it and laughed and scolded it. "You little kitten, you won't run around until you are caught by a beggar." When I go home for lunch, I always see it sitting outside the train gate. As soon as he saw me coming in, he ran in as fast as he could. The entertainment after dinner is to watch it climb a tree. Hidden in the green leaves in the dim sunlight, as if waiting to catch something. I picked it up, let it go, and climbed up very quickly. 2 or 3 months passed. It can catch mice. Once, I actually caught a very fat rat. From then on, I no longer heard the annoying squeaking sound at night. One morning, I got up, put on my clothes and went downstairs. I didn't see the kitten. I looked for it in the small garden and couldn't find it either. There was some early warning of loss in my heart. Third sister, where is the kitten? She hurriedly ran downstairs and replied, "I looked for it just now and didn't see it." Everyone at home was busy looking for him, but he finally disappeared. Sister-in-law Lee said, "I woke up early in the morning and opened the door, and saw it in the hall. While cooking. It just disappeared." Everyone was unhappy, as if they had lost a dear companion. Even Aunt Zhang, who never liked it very much, said, it's a pity, such a good kitten." I still have a glimmer of hope in my heart, thinking that it ran away by chance. Maybe you'll know your way back. During lunch, Aunt Zhang said, "I just met the girl from the Zhou family next door. She said that she saw my kitten outside the door in the morning and was caught by a passerby. So this loss was confirmed." Third sister was very unhappy and muttered, "They saw it, why didn't they stop it? They knew it belonged to my family." I was also sad and resentful, cursing the unknown person who took away the things we loved. Since then, my family has not had a cat for a long time. Winter morning. There was a very poor kitten crouching at the door. The coat color is gray, but it is not good-looking and very thin. It lies still. If we don't take it and keep it for nourishment, we will at least be killed by winter cold and hunger. Aunt Zhang picked it up and gave it food every day. But everyone doesn't like it very much. It was not lively, nor did it like to play around like other kittens. It seemed to be born with melancholy. Even Sanmei, who loved cats, paid no attention to it. In this way, a few months later, it is still an insignificant animal in my house. It gradually became fatter, but still not active. When everyone was basking in the sun and chatting in front of the porch, he would often come and curl up at the feet of his mother or his third sister. Third sister sometimes plays with it, but is not as interested as the previous kittens. One day, it was cold at night. After crawling under the stove, several pieces of his fur were burned off, making him even more ugly. Spring has come, and it has become a strong cat, but it still does not change its melancholic nature, and does not catch mice. It lies lazily all day long and eats fat. At this time, my wife bought a pair of yellow hibiscus birds. Hanging in front of the porch, it screams beautifully. My wife often told Aunt Zhang to change the water, add bird food, and clean the cage. The gray and white cat seemed to pay special attention to the pair of yellow birds. He often jumped on the table and stared at the birdcage. The wife said, "Aunt Zhang, watch out for the cat, it will eat birds." Aunt Zhang ran over and caught the cat. After a while, it jumped up on the table and stared at the birdcage. One day, when I went downstairs, I heard Aunt Zhang shouting, "One of the birds died, and one of its legs was bitten off. There is blood on the cage board. What bit it to death?" I hurried down to take a look, and sure enough, a bird was dead, with its feathers loose, as if it had struggled with its enemy for a long time. I was very angry and shouted, "It must be a cat, it must be a cat." So I immediately went to find it. My wife heard this and ran down in a hurry. She looked at the dead bird and felt very sad. He said, "Who else was killed by this cat?" It often looked at the birdcage. I have told Aunt Zhang to be careful. Aunt Zhang, why are you not careful? Aunt Zhang was silent and couldn't say anything to defend herself. So the cat's guilt was confirmed. Everyone went looking for this disgusting cat. I want to give it a punishment. I searched for a long time but couldn't find it. I thought it was really fearing crime and absconding. Third sister shouted from upstairs, "The cat is here." It was lying on the terrace deck basking in the sun, with a very peaceful attitude, and seemed to be eating something in its mouth. I think it must have been eating the poor bird's legs. In a moment of rage, he picked up a wooden stick leaning against the door of the building, chased it and beat it. It cried out sadly, "Miwu," and fled to the roof tiles. I was still angry. I thought the punishment was not satisfying enough. A few days later, sister-in-law Li shouted from downstairs, "Cat, cat! Here comes the bird again." At the same time, I saw a black cat running across the terrace quickly, holding a yellow bird in its mouth. I began to realize that I was wrong. I feel very sad, really. My conscience was hurt. I made rash judgments without making clear judgments, and wronged an animal that could not speak or plead. Thinking of its unresisting escape makes me feel that my rage and abuse are all needles piercing my conscience. I really want to remedy my fault, but it cannot speak. How will I express my misunderstanding to it? 2 months later, our cat suddenly died on the roof of our neighbor's house. I am much more saddened by his loss than the previous 2 cats. I will never have a chance to correct my mistakes. From now on, I will never have a cat in my house. Storm. The sound of cards being shuffled upstairs and the sound of the piano playing, and the voices of several people talking, laughing, debating, and counting could be faintly conveyed from the thick floor to the floor below. Zhongxing was lonely in the downstairs wing of his study that doubled as his bedroom, reading a copy of Turgenev's Rodin in his hand. After reading a few pages, he became impatient again and put it down. He went to the bookshelf and took down a volume of The Romance of the Three Treasure Eunuchs Going to the West. He didn't see it for 2 or 3 times, and he lost interest in it. He threw the book away, stood up from the chair, and sighed slightly, pacing back and forth in the room. On the mantelpiece stood a fake marble clock, a pair of porcelain vases, and a photograph of his wife's beautiful face. When he saw the photo, he walked closer to the fire and stared at it for a while, then sighed slightly. There was the sound of playing cards upstairs. He said to himself, "Oh, why haven't I finished the fight yet?" He and his wife Wanmei have been married for a year. He works in a factory and goes to work at 8 or 9 in the morning. He comes home once for lunch and will be leaving soon. His wife is very lonely at home. Then she would often go to her aunt's place to play cards, or go to her second sister's place upstairs, and then she would make an appointment with 2 people, and then we could have a game again. He usually leaves work at the factory at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. When he hurries home, his wife always stands at the door of the room waiting for him. They hugged and kissed very affectionately. After that, his wife went to bring him a glass of milk to drink. While he was drinking, he told her some trivial and interesting things he had heard from his colleagues in the factory. There was a fire somewhere last night, several houses were burned down, and several people were killed. A certain place was robbed by robbers. The owner knelt down to plead, but in the end how much property was robbed or a child was kidnapped. These are very exciting topics that can provide him with more than half an hour of conversation. Then he would read a book or translate something on the desk. His wife sat in a rocking chair wearing a sweater or socks. Sometimes she would sit opposite him and help him copy some poems or transcribe manuscripts. They spent the evening happily, and so did the evening. But it happens once or twice a week. His wife wants to go upstairs or outside to play cards. He hurried home from work, eager to meet his wife. When he saw that she was not standing at the door, he immediately felt a sense of unknown regret. He lazily opened the door and went in, calling, "Sister-in-law Kai, where is the young mistress?" Even though he knew she was not in the room and knew where she was, he always asked as usual. "The young mistress is not at home," Mrs. Li invited her to play cards. Sister-in-law Kai said, "I'm playing cards again." "Didn't I just play cards upstairs the day before yesterday?" he said bitterly. It seemed that he was asking Mrs. Kai to blame. "The fifth aunt is so strange. Why do you often ask her to play cards? Doesn't she have something to do at home?" He secretly blamed his fifth aunt in his heart. Newspapers were scattered messily on the table, and half a bowl of leftover tea was not poured out. The flowers on the mantel were not replaced even after they were dried. There were several books piled up on the small table in front of the bed. The calendar had not been removed for 2 days, and the chair was not in its original place. Everything made him feel uncomfortable. Meaning, "Sister-in-law Kai, what do you do all day long? Why aren't things in the room tidied at all?" Mrs. Kai was used to seeing him like this. She knew the reason for his anger and ignored him. She just silently put the chair in its place, put away the newspapers on the table, and went to the kitchen to bring another "Here comes the bowl of milk." He sat lonely and bored, not interested in reading. Sometimes he simply lay on the bed with his clothes undressed, staring at the ceiling silently. I ate my dinner alone, which was even more tasteless. After the meal, he spread out the manuscript paper to write an article, because his friends were pressing him hard, and the weekly magazine was waiting for publication. Although he had many things to write, he could never write a word. The pen seemed to be extremely heavy, and he simply lacked the determination and courage to lift it. He looked at the manuscript paper, sighed, stood up again, walked a few steps, and put on his coat. I wanted to go out and talk to some friends, but there was no one around. Since his marriage, he and his friends rarely went out to see them except for official business or banquets. In the past, he often dragged them to Wang Yuanhe to drink, or go to the old bookstall on Sima Road. After marriage, this kind of thing became unique. After gradually becoming a habit, I didn't bother to look for them at any time. The sound of vendors selling sandalwood olives or spiced beans filtered through the streets. From time to time there was the sound of a few rickshaws dragging clothes one by one. The horseshoes are from a carriage passing by. The car whistled loudly, followed by a quick whir, and he knew that the car was passing by. From time to time, a few pedestrians walked by talking loudly to each other. Everything made his room feel extraordinarily silent. He took off his coat and lay on the bed heartlessly, silently not knowing what he was thinking. Clang, 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 he counted, 1, 2. The clock on the mantelpiece had already read 10 o'clock, and his wife had not come back yet. He thought, it should be time to come back. So his ears paid special attention. As soon as he heard the sound of a rickshaw approaching, or the sound of horse hooves passing by, he listened for a while, stood up, looked at the window, and was ready to call. Aunt Kai went to open the door. After waiting for a long time, there was no knock on the door, so I knew it was hopeless again, so I sighed bitterly. After more than a dozen times of menstruation, he was tired and his eyelids seemed to be forced to close. He felt that he was about to fall asleep and could not wait any longer. So he stood up reluctantly, walked to the desk, angrily took out a piece of manuscript paper, scrawled a few big words on it and said, "Alas, May, you have been gone for a long time and haven't come back. Do you know how sad I feel? Do you know how hard it is to wait for someone? Oh, my dear. I hope you don't do this next time." He took off his clothes and saw that the short hand on the clock had already pointed to 12 o'clock. As he was getting into bed, a rickshaw seemed to stop outside the door, and then he heard the door knocker click, 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 saying, "Sister-in-law Kai, sister-in-law Kai, open the door." It was his wife's voice. Aunt Kai seemed to wake up from her sleep, and slowly and reluctantly got up and opened the door. "Is the young master asleep?" his wife asked. Go to bed, go to bed, go to bed a long time ago," Mrs. Kai said. He quickly closed his eyes and remained motionless, pretending to be asleep. His wife opened the door and came in. He watched as she stepped closer to the bed and leaned down. The cold lips touched his lips. He lazily opened his eyes and sighed, "Why come back at 12 o'clock again?" She apologized with a smile, I'm sorry. When I turned around, I saw a piece of manuscript paper written in large characters on the desk. Then he went to the table to take a look. After she finished reading the words, she said, "Don't I love you very much? Don't I want to never leave you for a moment? But today my fifth aunt specially sent someone to ask me to come. I had resigned from her last time, but I was too embarrassed to say goodbye this time. Resign. Resign. She will misunderstand my opinion of her. Dinner will not be eaten until 9:30 today. You know her family has always been very busy with meals, but today is even more special. I'm so anxious." There were 3 rounds of cards left after the meal, and I thought I could finish them immediately, but unexpectedly, I continued to play banker again and again. 3 rounds of cards were played until more than 2 o'clock. I know you are getting anxious again, so check your watch all the time and urge them to fight quickly. It made them joke for a while. As he spoke, he approached the bed again, held his head in his hands, leaned down and kissed him repeatedly. His heart softened, and he felt sad for a while. He said in a trembling voice, "May, it's not that I don't want to ask you to go and have fun. It's not good to be bored at home all day long. And your body is not very strong, so it's best to take a break from time to time. But it's too late to hurt your body after all. You can play cards later, but don't come back too late." She leaned her head on him in excitement and said, "I know, next time it won't be past 10 o'clock, don't worry." He stretched out his hands from the quilt and hugged her. There was a long silence. After a few days, she came home very late again. He was really angry. He lay on the bed and just ignored her. "It's not that I'm going to be late, I'm very worried. But there are 4 people playing cards, so there's no way I can have my own idea. After dinner, I wanted to leave after the round of cards, but Mrs. Xian lost. The stakes are too high, so we must go back to our roots." Wouldn't stop. "I am the winner again, there is no way to say that I will never fight again." Good. You don't keep your word, and I don't keep my word either. What did we agree on the day before yesterday? You play less cards and I buy less books. Now that you are coming home so late, I must buy a lot of books tomorrow. If you have money, just go ahead and buy it. Just don't go into debt. I see you are getting anxious again at the end of the festival. You always have something to say every time I play cards. What a bad luck. As a woman, you are not free once you get married, alas. Well. She also got angry, and her face fell on the table, as if she was about to choke. He quickly lowered his head and persuaded with heart, "Don't be anxious, don't be anxious, I said it just for fun. It's cold in the room, come and sleep." She lowered her head on the table and ignored him. He sighed, "You women are really happy now. How could women in the past be like this? Only when men go out and come back very late, she always waits at home and doesn't dare to go to bed first. When he came back drunk, she still had to wait on him carefully, take off his clothes, and even be scolded by him. Alas, things are different now. Times have changed, but husbands have to wait for their wives. You see. I am waiting for you every time. When have I ever come back late? Could you please wait for me?" She raised her head and responded, "Of course, Lou, this is what it is now. You men have been comfortable for a long time, now it's our women's turn." He chuckled, and she laughed too. In this way, they always have to fight every 2 or 3 weeks. This time, she was playing cards upstairs. Her second sister was bored because she had nothing to do, so she made a temporary appointment with a few people to play cards. The first one was of course to ask her out. Because it was a temporary arrangement. So I didn't tell him in advance. When he came home in the afternoon, he held in his hand a bag of roasted chestnuts bought on the street that his wife loved to eat. They were still hot. As soon as he walked in, he held up the bag of chestnuts and shouted to his wife, "You want it, don't want?" Unexpectedly, his wife was not standing at the door of the room today. He heard the sound of playing cards and laughing upstairs again. He knew that she must be playing cards there, and he immediately became unhappy and frowned. Eyebrows. He found everything boring, including reading and writing. Practice Chinese characters and translate. Like ants on a hot pot, crawling here and there, but nowhere to land. He was too angry and refused to go up to see her, so he just asked Mrs. Kai to take the bag of chestnuts upstairs, which meant to tell her that he was back. Full of hope that she would come downstairs to see him once or twice. Unexpectedly, she was concentrating on the cards. She only asked Mrs. Kai to prepare dinner for him, but she didn't start, which made him even more angry. When cards are played, she doesn't care about anything else. It's all fake. Normally, she's affectionate. But when it's time to play cards, the cards are her life. He is her only companion. He just grumbled, especially complaining that she didn't notify him in advance for today's card game. This unexpected parting made him extremely depressed. There was a letter written by her on the paper on the desk. My dearest Ching. You must be very angry when you see me playing cards. I didn't want to play cards today, but they asked me to do it again and again. And I have been copying the poem you asked me to copy for a long time. You said you wanted me to copy 6, but the ones you chose were only enough for 3. You come back. Please choose some more and I will copy them for you tomorrow. My dear, don't be angry. It makes me sad that you are angry. This time I really didn't want to play cards. It was the second sister who called sister-in-law 7 and Mrs. Chin herself. I didn't know. If I had known earlier. Stopped her long ago. Don't be angry, don't I love you? Please forgive me. If you are angry, I will feel very uneasy. The second sister later called the 7th sister-in-law again to make an appointment. She said, come tomorrow and ask me to wait for her at home. The second sister refused, so she must come. I think I would rather fight for a while tonight than not fight tomorrow. Because tomorrow is your day off, I shouldn't play cards, but have to play with you, so I didn't stop her, don't you think? Let's go see a movie together tomorrow, okay? I'm asking for leave now. Goodbye. Your eyebrow. He held the letter in his hand and read it line by line. His eyes gradually became hazy, and a large drop of tears wetted a large piece of the letter paper. He felt uneasy. He thought, he is really treating May too cruelly. May did so many things for him. Housekeeper keeps accounts. He made woolen clothes and copied many books for him. In less than a year, he had copied 6 or 7 volumes. He wanted to buy a collection of folk songs 6 months ago, which was the only one in the world. He thought it was a bit expensive and had no money to buy it, but he really couldn't part with it. But she asked him to borrow it from the bookstore, and copied it for him day and night for more than 2 months, copying all the 4 thick volumes. When he thought of this, he felt extremely sad. I am really too selfish. It should not be done. If there is work, there should be games. She worked hard for a week, taking 1 or 2 breaks to play cards. Isn't this what it should be? Why do I have sex with her so many times? Oh, so cruel, so cruel. She worked hard for a week, taking 1 or 2 breaks to play cards. Isn't this what it should be? Why do I have sex with her so many times? Oh, so cruel, so cruel. He wanted to go upstairs and hold her in his arms immediately, begging her to forgive all his sins and confess to her. He swore to her that he would never interfere with her playing cards in the future, and that he would never blame her for it again. He didn't dare to go up because it would disturb other people's guests. He wanted to wait until she came downstairs. Time passed moment by moment. He listened clearly to the clatter of the fake marble clock, and watched its long hands move by minute by minute. He couldn't read, and all he wanted to do was wait for her to come downstairs. He was bored, counting seconds to kill this lonely time. The night seemed longer than a century. Dang, 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 it's already 11 o'clock. Upstairs, the game was still playing cards, laughing and arguing, and it didn't look like it was about to end. He was getting anxious again. It's not over yet, it's not over yet. I've repeatedly told her to finish it earlier, but she always disobeys. He sighed and began to blame her again. Picked up her letter, read it again, sighed again, and kissed it again and again. Oh. It's not that I don't love you, it's not that I don't let you play cards, it's just because I love you so much, so I can't bear to leave you for a moment. Don't blame me wrongly. He muttered to himself, as if he thought her letter was her dot. Waiting, she still didn't come down. The sound of shuffling cards upstairs was loud, and several people's the sounds of joking, debating, and counting were faintly conveyed from the thick floor to below. They seemed to be in a high mood that would never let up. He walked around the room boredly, as if he wanted to stick to something in his heart, but there was wasteland and vast oceans everywhere, and there was no hope at all. It's 12 o'clock and they are still banging, playing cards and talking and laughing. Happiness made them forget the length of time, but he couldn't bear it anymore. He took off his clothes bitterly and tucked himself into the quilt, but he couldn't close his eyes and fall asleep no matter what. Alas! He sighed to himself, staring at the ceiling with his eyes open. The luck of the book. Tianyi bookstore gave Zhongqing the first copies of several ancient books to read. One book was the first volume of Huan Sha Ji, which was engraved by Li Zhuowu. It was accompanied by 8 pages of pictures. The carvings were extremely delicate and lovely. The boy who brought the book said, "This is a legend that is not easy to get." Li Zhuowu's books were banned before. Many people want to buy it. Your old man is an old trader, so I will give it to you to see first. Then he pointed to another, Romance of the Sui and Tang Dynasties, with a blue face and white double silk thread, and said, "This is the original engraving by Chu." There are 50 detailed pictures in the first volume. Take a look at them, see how beautiful they are and how detailed they are. As he said this, he turned over a few pages and showed them to him. There are quite a few pages, and they are indeed original. The handwriting is not blurry at all, and the borders are not complete. Our boss paid a very high price. It was transferred from a colleague yesterday and I just got it. Then he pointed to a very dirty yellow-faced book with several insect-eaten parts and said, "This is the Ming Dynasties, the Romance of Sui Yang, which has never been seen outside. I just took it in this morning and it hasn't been bound yet. If you, the elderly, want it, it can be bound immediately. Seeing that there are only 8 volumes, it can be bound to 16 volumes if bound. It is still very thick." The boss said that he has been in business for decades and has never bought this book. There are 40 chapters, each chapter has 2 pictures, a total of 80 pictures, all of which are extremely exquisite. Then he pointed to a beautifully bound book with a yellow face and said, "This is History of Laughter, a total of 16 volumes, originally compiled by Long Ziyu and revised by Li Liweng. It is also very rare outside." This clerk knew him. "I really like this kind of books and am willing to pay for them." So I gave him pointers one by one. There are also a few selected words, but they are not very important. Zhongqing sat silently on the chair, listening to the waiter's boastful words, while he kept flipping through the books. The book committee is actually very good. They were all he wanted to buy, and he especially liked the pictures. The exquisite and lovely wood carvings and the charming images are not only enough to verify various ancient systems, but also show how far the achievements of engraving and painting have been made 300 to 400 years ago. The carvings were so meticulous that a dozen men and horses could fit within 3 to 5 inches of each other. All of them had clear-cut eyebrows, and the folds of their clothes could be seen. There are piles of mountains and a few thick strands of distant water, but they have endless charm. It's like looking at the famous paintings of Wang Shirgu and Bada Shanren. He was truly fascinated by this book. But he didn't reveal anything outside, fearing that the clerk would see his strong desire to buy, so he would negotiate the price arbitrarily and pretend not to sell. The books are not bad, they are just for fun. Not practical, he said lazily, pretending not to pay much attention. Although it is a book for fun, a lot of people have bought it in recent years, and the price of the book is several times more expensive than before. The waiter said, "How much does Li Zhuowu's The Story of Huan Sha cost? How much do those ones cost?" The man said, "As the boss ordered, you old man, is an old deal. Not to mention the false price. The Story of Huan Sha is 50 yuan, the Romance of the Sui and Tang dynasties is 30 yuan, the Romance of Sui Yang is 80 yuan, the History of Laughter is 50 yuan. He was about to repeat, "Keep talking." Zhongqing quickly stopped him and said, "No need to say any more, I don't want those. The price is really not expensive. It's not you, the old man, who really refuses to tell you the real price. If sold to the East, Huan Sha Ji would be worth at least 100 yuan. The Romance of Sui Yang would be worth at least 200 or 300 yuan. Zhongqing thought it was too expensive. According to his price, it cost more than 200 yuan in total. How could he get so much money to buy it at once? And after buying it, I knew that Wan Mei would be angry again. I was very hesitant in my heart, but my hands kept flipping through this book and that one. I really wanted to be cruel and reject the clerk and say, "I don't want to buy it. Please give it to someone else." But I really didn't want to put those books in someone else's library. He hesitated for a while, pretending to look through the books carefully. In fact, his mind was not focused on the book at all. The boy stood beside him and waited for his reply. "Are these books not incomplete at all? Are there no missing pages or damage?" he asked the clerk casually. "Not at all, it's all the most complete first seal. We have checked it in our store and there is no missing page. If a page is missing, you don't need any money. You can come and return it. You, the old man, are old traders, and I will not deceive you at all. Don't worry, you, the old man. Then, let's put the first of these 3 books here first." While talking, he put Huan Sha Ji, Romance of Sui and Tang dynasties, and the Romance of Sui Yang aside. You take the rest back. I will stop for a moment to discuss the price with your boss and read the entire book. Okay. The waiter said with a smile, as if his transaction had been successful, "Please stop for a moment and come over." The boss said the price will not be reduced. Please leave this History of Laughter to you, too. This book, it's rare that someone wants to make a stone seal. When the clerk picked up History of Laughter, he also wanted to put it on the pile of Huan Sha Ji books. He quickly shook his head and said, "I don't want this book. It's of no use. You can show it to someone else." The boy retracted his hand, wrapped it in a bag with other leftover books, and said, "Goodbye, you old man," and left. He nodded. Still sitting down to do his business, he was very hesitant. Should he buy it or not? His wife Wan Mei had already had a lot of arguments with him because of his wasteful purchase of books. Dozens of times. Buying books again. The money at home is not enough. You have yet to repay your tailoring debt of more than 100 yuan. Your second aunt in Hangzhou is extremely poor and has written to you several times asking to borrow dozens of yuan. If you have money, you should send her some. But just go buy the books. Now, month after month, you spend all your salary without leaving any money. Let's see what you do when you get sick. You have no basis for saving. Don't you think about what will happen next when you are a human being? Besides, there are already so many books. When she said this, she pointed to the 7 or 8 large bookshelves in the room. This wing is not too small. But except for the few feet in front of the bed, there were books everywhere. The walls on all sides were covered by bookshelves, except for a patch of white above the stove. The room is full. I'm buying books. I'm buying books. Where do you put them? She said angrily, next time I buy it, I will tear all your books into pieces. She clenched her teeth and stamped hard. He lowered his head and sat on the chair, with a pack of newly bought books on the desk. She said angrily, next time I buy it, I will tear all your books into pieces. She clenched her teeth and stamped hard. He lowered his head and sat on the chair, with a pack of newly bought books on the desk. He remained silent and let her talk. These books were bought for use. He waited for her to finish speaking, and answered in protest, but he felt very uneasy in his heart. He confessed to himself that he should not say insincere words to his wife. Most of the books he bought were casual purchases. It's really not something you buy just because you need to use it. I want to use it, I want to use it. I just heard you say that I want to use it. Don't I know? What novels and legends you bought are just for flipping through. What's the use of them? How do you know it's useless? I searched for novels because I wanted to write a Chinese novel examination, which no one has done yet. His wifely anger gradually calmed down. Isn't there room to borrow it elsewhere? Why do you have to buy them one by one? Borrow it? Where can I borrow it? In such a big city like Shanghai, where is there a library for public use? There are several private libraries, but people who are not very familiar with them cannot enter them, let alone borrow them. Besides, what books do they have? It's simply incomplete. I've also visited a few. They didn't have nearly all the books I wanted. Why don't you buy it yourself? Well, whatever knowledge they study in China, almost all of them are successful because of opportunities. A poor scholar has no books to read, so it is really difficult for him to become a well-reader. He said this plausibly, but his wife had nothing to say. But it's really uneconomical to buy so many books just to make a book. Whether the bookstore will buy your book or not is still a question. Even if you buy it, it only costs 3 yuan for 1,000 words. Counting 2 yuan for 1,000 words, I can guarantee that you will never get back the money you spent on buying the book. Of course, your time will be wasted. His wife advised sincerely. I never didn't know. They scribbled a lot. After 1 or 2 collections were published, he immediately became known as a great writer. Most people in his youth would blindly worship him, and the bookstores would be frightened by them. They would not dare not buy any manuscripts they had. The author who worked so hard did not encounter any luck. Well, this is the case with everything in the world. Whoever screams louder will be blessed. From now on, what's the use of reading and buying books if you don't buy them for free? It's better to buy less books that are not necessary. Why swear not to buy books? Don't worry about other people's affairs, just seek your own peace of mind. His wife comforted him. However, what you said is not necessarily reliable. If you say you won't buy it now, you won't see it for a few days, and you will definitely have to buy a lot of it again. He was told that his wife was really sick, but she actually started laughing. Not many more days. He bought another large bag of books and went home. Most of them were bought casually and without purpose. When his wife saw it, she became angry again. You really can't keep any money with you, so you have to give it all away to feel at ease. The family has no money, so let me find a way to do it. But you came back with a big bag of books. She angrily took a book from the shelf and threw it on the ground. I must tear them all into pieces before I can breathe out. As she said that, she threw another book on the ground, but she couldn't bear to carry out her utter declaration. He bent down and picked up the books one by one, still placing them on the shelf, but he felt sad in his heart. He secretly hated himself for being so unsatisfied, so undecided, and so fond of buying books that he bought many books he didn't need. Just put it on the shelf to show off. On the one hand, it made him very poor financially. He sighed, feeling resentful to himself, while his wife sat in a chair and remained speechless. 2 lines of tears hung down her cheeks. He approached her, leaned down, kissed her hair, held her tightly with both hands, and said repentantly, "I'm really sorry, I'm really sorry, I made you angry again. I really have no self-control. Buying books when you see them will make you sad. I feel really sad. I will never go to a bookstore next time." He gritted his teeth again and vowed, "Next time, the person who goes there is not a human being." His wife looked up at him, her eyes still filled with tears. This happens dozens of times a year. Zhongqing's habit of buying books has always changed. Just like his wife Wanmei's habit of playing cards. If you buy less books, I will play less cards. You don't play cards. I won't buy books either. The two of them often made promises to each other, but in the end they often broke the promise and failed to abide by it. Now, the price of the book Zhongqing wants to buy is too high, and he doesn't have a few dollars left. The question of whether to buy or not always lingers in his mind. On this day, Wanmei happened to be invited by her 5th aunt to play cards again, so he had time to go to Tianyi bookstore again. When the boss saw him coming, he greeted him respectfully. The boy who had just delivered the book was also there. He quickly brought a stool for him to sit on and a cup of tea. "Sir, please sit down and have tea. I will go to the hotel to get you a book," the guy said and left the store. These books are really hard to find. I have been in business for decades and I don't see them often. Romance of the Sui and Tang dynasties sold 3 copies. I have only seen The Story of Huansha written by Li Zhuowu once, but I have never seen such a good The Romance of Sui Yang. If it wasn't you, you really wouldn't ask anyone to send it to you. Mr. Zhao didn't know who he heard saying that he came here just now and wanted to read these books, but I turned him down with great difficulty. Lu Dingguan is also buying these novel legends. However, they are all bought to decorate bookshelves, unlike you, who buy them for use. The boss said eloquently. Those books are not bad, but your prices are too high. Not big, not big. To be honest, I am not your regular customer, so I really refuse to tell you the actual price. This kind of book is the most popular among Asians, and their prices are really quite high. But to tell you the truth, I am really unwilling to let our good things from China flow into foreign countries. Therefore, our store does not have much contact with Japanese people. Unlike them, they often sell good books to foreigners. If people like them do not know how to preserve the essence of the Chinese nation, within a few decades, There will probably be some song version of yuan banknotes, as well as better novels and legends. They have to be displayed in the homes of foreigners. Alas, alas, what a shame! What a shame! The boss seemed to be saying with emotion, shaking his bald head frequently. Zhong Qing couldn't say anything, he just stared at the books on the opposite shelf silently. He stood up slowly and walked closer to the shelf. He flipped through the books on the shelf aimlessly and looked at their prices. The clerk returned to the store with a bag of books. Please take a look, old man. There is no missing page, just a little bit of insect damage. It doesn't matter, we will repair it for you, old man. He read these 3 books one by one, and it really made him fall in love with them more and more. The Romance of Sui Yang also had several bold illustrations that he had never seen in other books and pictures. In each book, the borders and rows are complete and there are no breaks. Every word is sharp and sharp, the strokes are clear, and the ink color is unusually thick, making it look very refreshing. Page after page seemed to reach out, inviting him to buy it. There was a strong desire to buy in his heart, no matter what one may censure, or financial planning. He didn't even care about it, but on the surface he still pretended to buy it or not. The book is really not bad, but the price is too expensive. It is difficult to sell it if you don't give up. I don't necessarily buy this kind of book for fun. If it is cheap, I will buy it. If it is expensive, I don't want to buy it. I can only ask you to send the books to other places. The boss said, the price is real, and I can't give up any of it. To tell you the truth, I bought The Romance of the Sui and Tang Dynasties for 25 yuan, and The Story of Huansha for 40 yuan. The Romance of Sui Yang cost me 50 yuan, and I bought it all from a mansion. Except for me, no one else is really willing to pay such a high price to buy them. I have worked hard and you will earn 20 or 30 yuan for me. Don't make any concessions this time. Next time on other transactions, it's okay for us to suffer a smaller loss. This time the price was really too high and we couldn't sell it at a loss. He knew clearly that what the bald boss said was a lie, but ignored him, pretending not to be enthusiastic about buying, and said, then, please ask your guy to come to my office tomorrow and get the notebook. It's too expensive, I can't afford it. The boss lowered his face, as if disappointed, and said, tell me, how much money can I pay? 100 yuan, 3 books, The Romance of Sui Yang, will be printed. The boss shook his head and said, no. No, it's really not enough money. I never asked you for a false price. I'm sorry, please do it for me and don't make any concessions. We are old friends, and to be honest, if I have a good book, I will always give it to you to read first. He was very embarrassed. He didn't expect his boss to be so tough. If you know the price, you must not give in too much. Then, it's 10 yuan more, 110 yuan, no more. I've always been very straightforward and don't like to bargain too much. Yes, I know you. But this time I really can't afford to suffer. You are an old customer, that's why. I'll give you 10 yuan, too, for a total of 140 yuan. I can't suffer any more. He lazily walked to the door of the store and stepped out to the street. But he was really happy about these books in his heart, for fear of being robbed by others. I will add $10 more, a total of $120 $10. No more can be added. The difference is limited, please add 10 more yuan, 130 yuan, and then take the book. He knew that the deal was done, so he just shook his head and still wanted to step out of the store. I can't add any more money, It's really not cheap anymore. The boss said, okay, let's keep trading. It has been wrapped for you. The Romance of Sui Yang will be placed here first. It will be delivered after ordering. The boy wrapped The Romance of the Sui and Tang Dynasties, and The Story of Huan Sha, and handed them to him, and said, I'll call a car for you, do you want to go home? He nodded, and the boy shouted, Rickshaw. Do you want to go to Hague Road? How much? I didn't bring the money today. I'll get it in a few days and give it to you. He said to the boss, It doesn't matter, you can drop it off at any time. The boss bowed respectfully, bending almost 90 degrees, with a bare bald head. Everything was revealed. I walked to the door, bowed again, and watched him get in the car and leave before going in. He was as happy as if he had won a battle and occupied a large piece of land in the enemy's country, holding the bag of books tightly with both hands. No other questions came to mind at all. When he got home, he sat on his desk and just flipped through the newly bought books. His heart was full of joy, and he didn't think about his wife playing cards outside. The usual anxiety and uneasiness of waiting are now like the lingering snow illuminated by the sun in early spring. All disappeared for a moment. It's really not expensive, he thought to himself. After reading it for a long time, I suddenly remembered the economic issue. How about it? 120 yuan, and I haven't even found $1 yet. He always blamed himself for being reckless and not planning to get the money. But I dare to buy books. I secretly felt depressed and regretted, and wanted to discuss it with Wanmei. I was also afraid that she would be angry and scolded. He had never asked anyone to borrow money, but at this moment he couldn't help but think of the borrowing. This is the only way to save yourself. Who can I borrow from? Who can I ask to borrow it? He himself had never spoken to anyone, so he couldn't tell anyone, so he had to ask Wanmei to go. I have already bought it this time and I have to pay it back, no matter how angry I am. Ask her to borrow it from her fifth aunt. If she doesn't have it, she can borrow it from her second uncle. Well, such calculations are truly distressing. Don't risk losing money to buy a book next time. I was lazily flipping through the newly bought books under the lamp. I was worried, fearing that Wanmei would come back and listen to it and get angry, so I refused to borrow it. Ta, the door knocker rang, and he knew it was his wife who had come back. His heart was beating rapidly. Sister-in-law Kai, open the door, open the door. His wife shouted as usual. Aunt Kai opened the door and hurried into the room. She saw him sitting alone under the lamp and asked, Qing, are you still awake? Are you reading? He nodded, pregnant with ghosts. She approached him. She leaned down and kissed him, then turned around and saw a pile of books on the desk, and asked, Did you buy another book? He nodded, feeling disturbed. How much? You said yesterday that you don't have any money around you, so how come you have money to buy books? Is it on credit? Don't buy it on credit outside. You have no extra income, so how can you repay this debt? Well, buy another book. Seeing him sitting on the chair blankly and thoughtfully, without saying a word, he anxiously asked again, Why don't you speak? Did you buy it on credit? The answer was, no. It also makes me feel more at ease. He was extremely sad. If there was any hole to escape, he would definitely escape. Seeing that he was still sitting on the chair without speaking, she said in a trembling voice, Alas. You still don't speak. What are you thinking about? Did you buy it on credit? Please tell me. Say no, say no. Well. He gritted his teeth and shook his head. She said happily, then it's not on credit. Yes or no? He nodded. She moved forward, hugged him with both hands, and said, Okay Ching, my Ching, this is right. It doesn't matter if you buy a book. You can buy it when you have extra money. Never go into debt. He was silent, unable to say anything. He spent the whole night in anxiety, regret, and self-blame. Early the next morning, he got up, and his wife was still there. Sleep. They didn't say anything at lunch. After dinner. Sitting on the desk, he was flipping through the Romance of the Sui and Tang dynasties he bought last night. As he was flipping through it, he wanted to talk to his wife. After hesitating for a long time, he slowly said in a whisper, Can you borrow a book from my fifth aunt for me? $120. I need it in the next few days. He didn't dare to look at her, he only stared at the pages of the book, turning the pages with his hands. Although he pretended to be calm, his heart was beating fast, waiting for her answer. What's for, borrowing money? You've never asked anyone to borrow money. She asked in surprise. He remained silent. His hands kept turning the pages of the book. Why do you need to borrow money? You tell me, you tell me. If you don't tell me the purpose, I won't borrow it. He just kept silent and stared at the page. I understand, do you want to borrow the book to pay off the bookstore's debt? Other than that, you won't have any other use. He nodded. Waiting for her rebuke. She became really angry and threw the books on the table to the ground one by one. I just want to buy books all day long. This temper never changes. I don't know how many times I have tried to persuade her. Alas, alas. It's best. Use your food and house money to buy books. Everyone will starve to death. She lowered her head on the table, her voice choked with sobs. He felt very sad, so he leaned down to pick up the books and said, Don't waste these books, they are very expensive. She raised her head and asked, How much? Should I borrow money to buy these books? He nodded. He admitted, yes. He brought a book to her and pointed it out to her. I bought 3 books in total. They are really not expensive, 120 yuan. Look, these paintings are so exquisite. If I are willing to resell it, I will definitely make money. She kept silent, took the book and flipped through it for a while. Her eyes were fixed on his face, and she couldn't bear to see his frown. Her anger subsided, and she sighed and said, Borrowing money to buy books, alas, I won't do it again next time. Don't buy if you don't have money. Being in debt is the worst thing. This time I will borrow it for you. My fifth aunt is not very rich, and my uncle's salary from the Ministry of Finance has not been paid for several months. Whether it can be borrowed is still a question. A relieved smile appeared on his face. My fifth aunt doesn't have it. I'll ask my second uncle. He will definitely have it. Don't buy books so rashly next time. She ordered again and again. He nodded and kept turning the pages of the book. It seemed as if a big stone had fallen on his heart. Indifference. She had become increasingly depressed recently and was too lazy to do anything. The class on the history of Western literature that I usually like to take the most is not often attended now. She is usually the liveliest and most willing to walk on the grass with a few classmates, or walk along the willow shade, or stand on the small bridge with red railings, staring at the petals blown down by the wind on the water. go with the water. Now she just sits with her head down all day long, talking and laughing, and doesn't go anywhere. Her classmates all noticed her strange behavior. Especially her best female classmates Liang Fun and Zhou Yuji were worried about her and refused to say anything when asked. They said all kinds of comforting words and tried all kinds of ways to make her happy, but she was just indifferent and unmoved. One day, Liang Fun held a letter from Shanghai in her hand and hurried to her and said, "Wenjun, your Jiqing has another letter for you. Look, look." She lazily took the letter, opened it, read it, and stuffed it in her pocket without saying anything. Liang Fun teased her. "What? You should be happy about Jiqing's letter. Why don't you say anything?" She didn't answer her, just shook her head. Liang Fun was bored and comforted her with a few words. Then he walked away by himself. She took out Jiqing's letter from her pocket and read it again. She didn't find it interesting, so she threw it on the table indifferently. The feeling of boredom crawled over her heart like a mold. There were a few young red roses in a vase on the table. The sunlight filtered into the room through the gaps between the deep green plane trees. An oriole's birdcage kept by the school janitor was hanging on the branch outside her window. The oriole sang like a flute in the cage. She couldn't hear or see anything, she just fell into deep thought. She herself was deeply aware of the changes in her heart. She didn't know why the feeling of indifference had clung to her heart so firmly and deeply recently. She herself was secretly anxious and wanted to wipe it out. But the more she wanted to eliminate it, the more firmly it occupied her heart, like a wisp of smoke in the mountains at noon, always blowing in her heart. She was very happy half a year ago. Very enthusiastic. She and Jiqing met 2 years ago. At that time, they were both studying in Nanjing. Jiqing is the president of the Nanjing Student Union, and she is a representative of the female normal school. They met frequently and had many opportunities to talk. They are all very lively. Very good at making comments. Jiqing believes that education is a sacred cause. Whether it is for mankind or the country, we should strive to advocate an ideal school to educate the second generation of people. Once, they sat on the grass and chatted. Jiqing said generously, "The education in my hometown is extremely underdeveloped. No one is willing to sacrifice his future to create happiness for children. All primary school teachers are from poor families and cannot go to school. They use education as an excuse to avoid being ridiculed by the villagers. For those who sit and eat at home, how can they have a true heart, and how can they have the knowledge to provide education? After I graduate, I will give up everything and concentrate on running a primary school in the countryside. My family has a house built on a mountain, surrounded by bamboo groves on all sides. You can see the sea when you climb up the stairs, a stream passes by the door. Sitting on the rocks and soil beside the stream, you can see the fish swimming at the bottom of the stream, lying under the shade of a tree in summer and listening to the sound of gurgling water. It is truly a world apart from this world. There is also a large grassland behind the house that can be used as a playground. It is truly natural. What a good school. Just," he said, looking at her, as if to explore her inner thoughts. After a pause, he continued, "It's a pity that comrades are not easy to find. At this time, who is running and working for his own future, how can he be willing to do such a noble cause? Wenjun, what do you want to do after graduation?" She lowered her head and did not answer him, but there was an inexplicable disturbance in her heart, and her face turned red. After a moment of silence, she whispered. I would also like to join this ideal life. I just wondered if there will be any resistance after graduation. Jiqing's finger inadvertently moved closer to her hand and touched it lightly. Both of them immediately felt a kind of heat filling their bodies and their faces turned red. She was very embarrassed. Remove your hand slowly. After this conversation, their relationship became much stronger than before. When my colleagues saw this situation, they all started talking about it. They had to try their best to keep track of their whereabouts, and they didn't talk much when they met, only their correspondence was much more diligent. A letter comes and goes almost every day. They all felt a sweet and supreme happiness in their hearts. At the same time, I feel a little sad because I can't see each other often and can't talk when we meet. She got the news from his friends that he was married. He also learned from her friends that she was engaged to a relative named Fong. Although they were all a little unhappy because of this, they all tried their best to avoid it and prevent any negative consequences from happening in the future. However, they can't get rid of their love. It seems that they each have an invisible and sensitive thread tied to each other's hearts. The longer we are separated, the stronger our longing becomes. Time rolls by like water, and their love. The deeper it penetrates into the body and mind, the stronger it becomes. They are very worried, and it is only a matter of time before this evil consequence comes to fruition. They seem to feel a hidden divine power at all times, pushing them to become one. They carry sad emotions in their hearts all the time. We each have a lot to say and want to talk about it when we meet, but there is no chance of meeting each other. Even when they met, they were not as talkative as before. Everyone was silent and couldn't say anything. They looked at each other for a long time. When it came to parting, there were only vague questions and answers. There was still nothing to say. They all realized that this situation could never last forever. They went on their own and wanted to solve their respective marital problems first. This is what we should do morally and legally. His problem was not difficult to solve. His wife was an old-fashioned woman. When he asked for a divorce, she neither resisted nor agreed. She just cried softly and complained about her fate. Later, their family was forced to do nothing by Jiqing. Relatives and friends of both parties came forward, and on the surface they completely agreed to Jiqing's request. But she didn't want to go back to her parents' home, so she still lived in his house and was a diner. The announcement about Jiqing was finally successful. Solving her problem is not easy. She and her fiancé Fong Jun were engaged, and it was originally their own initiative. They are cousins. Her mother is Fong Jun's second aunt. They played together when they were young and studied in the same private school. Later they all entered the school. When he graduated from high school, she is still in the second grade of higher elementary school. During the summer vacation 5 years ago, they stayed at their grandfather's house. At this time she was finishing her exams and graduating. They are in love with each other. He proposed to her privately, and she shyly agreed to him. Later he asked his mother to propose a formal marriage proposal to his aunts, and they both agreed. They made a formal engagement. She was very satisfied. He was a very active figure in the city and very talented. After the summer vacation, she really wanted to go to school again. He tried his best to help her. She arrived in Nanjing and entered the Women's Normal College. Their relationship is excellent and their communication is very frequent. During the summer vacation, we go home to see each other. Since the May 4th movement broke out, their situation has completely changed. She was chosen as the representative of her school. Since I attended the student union, my horizons have broadened a lot, and my thoughts are completely different from before. I gradually became dissatisfied with him. Later, she fell in love with Jiqing, and she became even more estranged from him, and her communication was not as frequent as before. He sent 3 or 4 letters. She always said that the student union was busy, so she reluctantly gave him a few crosses. I am not happy to go back during the summer vacation. Fang Jun wrote a very long letter to her, telling her that he had been seriously ill recently, but he did not dare to tell her because he was afraid that she would be anxious. It's better now, please don't worry about it. He also said that he has been appointed as the principal of the 3rd higher primary school on the recommendation of the County Education Bureau. Hope she can come back during the holidays. He had so much to say to her. But after she read this letter, it was just very indifferent, as if what the letter said had nothing to do with her. She herself feels that her feelings have changed a bit now. She was scared. She knew that this feeling of indifference was extremely wrong, and she had tried several times to stop herself missing Jiqing and try their best to restore the previous feeling of love. But this is impossible. The more she searched, the more it disappeared without a trace. In her conscience, she really couldn't bear to abandon Fang Jun, but at the same time, she was planning for her future happiness, and realized that Fang Jun's thoughts were different from her own. My love for him has gradually weakened, and even if I force the union, there will never be a good result in the future. It seems that I should not sacrifice my life's happiness for moral issues. This battle between morality and happiness disturbed her heart for a long time. Result: after all, happiness conquered. She wrote a letter and told Fang Jun for various reasons that she really couldn't go back during the summer vacation. The matter between her and Jiqing gradually reached Fang Jun's ears from friends, and he wrote many letters of accusation. This only increased her distaste for him. Finally, she couldn't bear it anymore, so she wrote a long letter in detail, describing her thoughts and wishes, and firmly asked him to forgive her and agree to her request to terminate the engagement. A few days later, his reply came, with only a few words. The jade is missing and cannot be restored, and the relationship has become irreversible. I have no objection to breaking off the engagement. Please discuss this directly with your mother and aunt. This is another difficulty. The love of parent and child and the love of lover are fighting in her heart again. She knew that her mother and aunt would be very sad if they heard the news. She didn't dare let them know, but she couldn't help but let them know. After hesitating for a long time, she had no choice but to bite the bullet and write a letter telling her about the termination of the contract between her mother and her cousin. Her mother and her aunt were indeed very sad and wrote many letters to persuade them and tried various ways to reconcile them. Later, Fang Jun told them everything and resolutely swore that they would not meet again. I just gave up my heart. Agree to terminate their contract. Their problems have been solved, and they announced the beginning of living together without any fatigue. Although many people were secretly dissatisfied with their actions, there were no overt attacks. They paid no attention to this slander. They just lived their sweet and happy life smoothly. They all now believe that life is love, and there is no life without love. They often sit on a chair and read a book, leaning against each other, feeling sweet in their hearts. Sometimes they took advantage of the sunny weather and went for a walk in the wild. The cauliflower blooms yellow and undulates in the wind, like golden waves. The scent of wild flowers came in waves, making him feel particularly refreshed and healthy. At this time, they began to discuss future life issues, relying on their ideals. Make all plans in place. A year later, Jiqing has graduated. The principal of a school in Shanghai was his very good friend, so he came to ask him to be the dean of education. Are you going or not? This is a very hesitant question for them. What she meant. She very much hopes that he is still working in Nanjing, she said. It is difficult to separate our lives now. And there is no need for you to go to Shanghai. Can't you find something in Nanjing? Once you arrive in Shanghai, I'm afraid our plans will not be realized, and... She said this. She was vomiting and speechless, her eyes were red, and she stared at him like a baby lying in a cradle longing for his mother's caress. After a while, she laid her head on him and cried, I really can't live without you. His mind is disturbed and has no owner. It's like photographing a child. He gently patted her back arm and said, I can't live without you either. Let's discuss this slowly. She raised her head, and their faces were close to each other, and they left for a long time. He knew that it was not easy to find a job in Nanjing. Even finding things is not as good as in Shanghai. It's okay not to do anything, but after graduating from school, it seems that it's not easy to get money from your family. Therefore, he decided to go to Shanghai. Seeing that he had made up his mind, she no longer stopped him. I just felt an indescribable misery deep in my heart, a sense of alienation that I had never felt before. Therefore, I was unhappy for several days. Jiqing left, and she was so lonely that she felt uneasy. She did nothing all day long and didn't go to class. She just missed Jiqing silently. I wrote very long and sweet letters to Jiqing every day, but I couldn't always run out of things to say. At first, Jiqing's letters were equally fast and cordial. Later, because he was in school and too busy with work, letters gradually became sparse, and the words in the letters. It also seemed simple and emotionless. She felt very sad and hoped to receive letters from him all day long, but the letters never came often. When letters came, she happily continued to read them, but after reading them, she always felt dissatisfied and depressed. She doesn't know this emotion either. How it happened. She knew Jiqing's heart and wanted to try her best to forgive him for his simplicity, but this feeling of dissatisfaction always came like a devil and knocked on the door of her heart, and she could not get rid of it no matter what. Half a year later, she also graduated. She and Qing discussed for a long time whether to enter higher education. Her opinion was that she should go to university as planned, while Jiqing hoped that she would just work and help him financially. He also talked about the difficulties of life in Shanghai and the fact that he was frugal and did not dare to waste money, but was still very poor. She didn't want to read his complaint. For the first time, she felt Jiqing's mutation and self-interest, and for the first time, she felt that Jiqing had now become a real person. Their ideal plans have been forgotten. She thought about it, feeling extremely unhappy. Although Jiqing finally succumbed to her, the two of them had some grudges because of it. She was particularly distressed. She felt that her faith had been lost. Her future is like a red leaf floating on the turbulent current, and all purpose has disappeared. From hesitation to negativity, to sadness, to world weariness, thoughts change as quickly as summer rain clouds. After that, she turned from a lively person into a brooding melancholic patient. One day, she was alone in her room, sitting with her head down, feeling bored, so she picked up a pen and wrote a letter to Jiqing. I'm very sad now. I am wandering on the lost path of life. I sat in my room dully all day long and didn't go to class often. Then I walked into the classroom, and the teacher's voice was like a fly or a mosquito, just buzzing in my ears, and I couldn't understand a word. I tried hard to find the purpose of life, but ended up with a sense of emptiness and the grave. I tried my best to find the joy of life, but nothing came out of it, like a dead gray-white soup. Not only did it not feel sweet and greasy, but I also felt like I was sick and wanted to vomit. Well, Jiqing, do you think this kind of infection is dangerous? Yes, I'm a little scared myself. I also want to try my best to put it out. However, I tried all kinds of methods, but the result was always ineffective. It came to whip my heart from time to time, like a spring swallow flying, gently passing over the green waves of the lake in my heart, and round water immediately appeared on the lake's surface. The lines expand. It swayed for a long, long time. Before the water calmed down, it turned cold again like a devil. The water in the lake was wrinkled again. Well, Jiqing, do you have any method to get rid of this demon? Dear Qi-Qing, I really hope you can come to Nanjing this Sunday. I really long to see you. Maybe as soon as you come, this kind of devil will escape. The weather in Nanjing has been sunny these days, and the chrysanthemums are already half in bloom. When you come, we can take a walk in the chrysanthemum garden. Then go to Wutsuan for dinner. Are you happy to go to the Arctic Pavilion after dinner? She finished writing it, but she didn't want to send it. She thought that Jiqing might express his warm sympathy to her after seeing the letter. Although I thought so, I finally put the envelope in and walked to the school gate in person. Throw the letter into the mailbox at the door. She longed for Jiqing's reply. 2 days later, Jiqing's letter came as expected. When the school janitor sent this letter to her, she held it with her fingers, trembling slightly. Jiqing's letter was very simple, only 2 pieces of paper. When she saw it, she was a little dissatisfied. He said in the letter that her sadness was due to her daydreaming. Life is life, there is no need to ask what is going on, and there is no need to find its purpose. We spent the whole day catching up with the clock, doing errands with our heads down, reading, and going out for a walk with a few friends. There will be no more doubts. He also said that the standard of living in Shanghai is getting higher and higher day by day. His income has not increased, so the economy has been very difficult recently. The money to be sent to her next month is still being planned. Trip to Nanjing. Because the school is too busy, I may not be able to keep the appointment. After reading this loveless and devoid of sympathy letter, she felt a strange loneliness deep in her heart. She opened the drawer and threw Jiqing's letter in. He supported his with his hand, feeling silently depressed. She is completely disappointed now. She felt that she was truly alone now. Jiqing, she now knew for sure, was in 2 completely different worlds of thought than she was. After that, she stopped talking about this issue with Jiqing. But she didn't know what to do. I always longed to see Jiqing. After writing several letters asking him to come, I got an express letter from him promising to come by train the next morning. She got up very early the next day, and with unusual excitement, she ran to the station early to pick up Jiqing. Time passes extremely slowly. It was not easy to wait until the train arrived. She stood on the platform, close to the exit, carefully identifying the people getting off the bus. People like ants walked past in groups, but Jiqing could not be seen. The number of people on the platform gradually became fewer and fewer, and those who got off the train gradually disappeared. She walked to the place where she picked up her luggage again, but she didn't see Jiqing either. Did Jiqing break the appointment again? Maybe I was negligent and didn't see him. He probably got off the car and went to school first. She was so bored in her heart that she didn't see him. I ran out of the station immediately and asked for a ride back to school. Ask when you arrive at school. Jiqing didn't come either. She felt strongly the anger and sadness of disappointment in her heart. The next day, a letter came from Jiqing, saying that there were urgent matters to discuss at school and she couldn't get away, so she broke the appointment and asked her to forgive her. She ignored the words. He just lowered his head and felt sad. She no longer hopes that Jiqing will come. There was nothing in her heart but indifference and misery. All her wishes were lost. Life is like a withered yellow leaf to her. She is willing to leave the branch any time. The lost rabbit. If a thief comes and wants money or clothes, I can give him whatever I can. After the meal, the family sat in the sunshine on the porch. Although it was October, the weather was not very cold. The sun shone on the body, letting in a comfortable warmth. The breeze blew the green leaves. Bamboo. The shadows of long poles and fine leaves also swayed on the ground. 2 white dogs with red eyes and 6 little ones were running around in the small garden looking for food. I was very happy and suddenly talked about thieves to everyone with a smile. The second sister shook her head and said with a smile, "It's hard to find such a good person in the world." Mother smiled and said, "Your brother really knows how to make it." The year before last, when we first moved here, it was summer, and he opened all the windows upstairs without any warning. "Haven't lost anything in over a month," he said carelessly. "There are no thieves here yet." Unexpectedly, one night, a thief took away a spring coat, 2 serge dresses, and a feather gauze dress without any effort. There is also a guest's kaftan. When he got up in the morning, his clothes were missing, so he started to inquire and saw a photo box dropped on the corridor. He was in a hurry and had no time to leave. There was a mark of a rubber-soled shoe on the outer edge of the railing. Only then did he know where the thief came from. But he didn't call the police, saying, "It doesn't matter, let him take it, I have other clothes to wear." You see if he is ridiculous or not. Later, the thief was caught and summoned to the police station to pass somewhere. So the patrolman brought them here for questioning. One looks like a normal businessman, and the other looks like a very honest old man, like a stupid servant who just came from the countryside. Your brother said, "The things have been confiscated and the money has been spent." And asked them what they were doing. The patrol officer complained to him and asked why he didn't call the police. The third sister said, "Brother is not interested in clothes. He stole them, so he didn't care. It would be strange if he didn't become furious if his books were taken away." First half month. I saw him looking for a book but couldn't find it, and he was cursing. Later I remembered that he was taken away by a friend. He muttered to himself, "I will never lend to anyone again, I will never lend to anyone again. I want to use it, but am not around," she said. While imitating my anxious look, it made everyone laugh. Grandma said, "Your brother really had a lot of weird tempers when he was young. Whatever he thinks, he will really do." I said sternly, "Speaking of a thief, he really doesn't know how to carry a book. A book is too heavy to carry. It can't be sold for much money. But I always forgive thieves. When a person's belly is growling with hunger, he can't do anything. Occasionally we were hungry, or we were late for dinner, and we couldn't bear it anymore. Besides, they were probably always hungry for several meals." How to avoid being forced to become a thief. Once, when I was in Beijing, I went to the Lolakang bookstore and saw an excellent ancient book, so I bought it and used up all the money I had. I didn't even have the fare to go home. There is nowhere to borrow nearby. It happened to be lunchtime, and I was so hungry that it seemed like worms were crawling to my mouth, waiting for the entrance of food. I reluctantly walked along the road. I saw that the restaurants along the way were full of customers. Some came out very satisfied after eating, while others walked in proudly. I wanted to follow them several times, but when I touched it, my pockets were empty, so I finally didn't dare to go in. But when I saw the steamed buns and dumplings displayed in front of the door, I heard the sound of shovels cooking in the kitchen, and the sound of the iron pot clicking. It was the guys again. A bowl of ham and cabbage soup, a plate of fried shredded pork with winter vegetables, and 10 pancakes. Add more oil, I screamed. I felt hungry in my stomach. If it weren't for the law and shame, I would really wanted to go in and have a free meal. By extension, they are extremely hungry people. How can I not think of ways to beg things? Besides, they didn't pay for everything. In the middle of the night, everyone was sleeping soundly and warmly in bed, but they were shivering around the streets and alleys. Be cautious again and again, hesitate again and again. Then I decided to start mourning. Climbing the wall, climbing into the house, entering the room, and unpacking, so many dangers were taken, so much effort was expended, and so much fear was experienced. I'm afraid this kind of price cannot be compensated by mere money. If unfortunately he is caught, he will be beaten and hanged first. Then go to jail for months or years. From then on, no one was willing to forgive him, and no one was willing to give him a job. He has been a thief, everyone pointed at him and laughed at him, and they all avoided him like a tiger or a wolf. In fact, how could they be willing to be thieves? There are many people in the world, corrupt officials, warlords, profiteers, young masters, etc., but they sit at home without any effort or fear, and openly rob and steal ordinary people's things. Instead, they are honored and respectful, and go out to large gatherings with their chests and belly bulging out. Who dares to touch a hair of theirs? As the old saying goes, those who steal the hook will be punished, and those who steal the country will be martyred. That's really good. The more I spoke, the angrier I became, and I kept talking, as if I was speaking to some public. Brother is fighting for the thief, said the third sister. What your brother said is not bad, and he did it. The thief is really pitiful, said the grandmother. Besides, thieves are not completely invincible. At some point, an official knew that there was a thief hiding in a beam in his house, and he called out, "Gentlemen on the beam, gentlemen on the beam, please come down and let's talk." The thief was so frightened that he came down from the beam tremblingly and knelt before him to beg for mercy. He said, "Please get up. You came here out of necessity. Just tell me how much money you want, and I can give it to you." This unexpected piece of news shocked the thief so much that he couldn't say a word. After a long while, he muttered, "Please let me go. I won't dare to come again next time." A certain official said, "That's not what you're saying. I know you would never become a thief if it weren't for lack of food." When he said that, he walked into the upper room, took out 10 pieces of cloth and 10 taels of silver, and said, "These are for you to do a small business. Don't do these things again next time. When you don't have enough money, come back and ask me for more." The thief went back with a bright and promising future, and he became a good person from now on. I also read a French novel. It is about a poor man who lives in various places. Once he was taken in by a priest to spend the night at his house. He got up in the middle of the night, knitted one of the priest's silver candlesticks and ran away. The next day, the patrolman caught this man and came to the pastor's house to ask the pastor if the candlestick belonged to him. The pastor smiled and said, "Yes. But I originally gave him two, so why did he only bring one?" The homeless man was moved to tears. Later, he changed his surname and name and became a very famous figure in society. It turns out that people are not completely bad. The bad people in society are all forced to do so by the environment. Everyone was silent. It was obvious that they all sympathized with my words. The sun was still shining warmly, but the bamboo shadows had grown a lot. Grandma said, "I have been sitting for a long time, and there is wind outside. I'm going in." Mother, second sister. The three sisters all went into the house with their grandmother, leaving only my wife and me on the porch. "Look at that little boy, how interesting it is." My wife pointed to the corner of the wall and led me to take a look. It is only about the size of a big mouse, with two long ears that stand straight up from time to time, as if listening to something, and the hair all over its body. It was so white that there was no stain at all, unlike their parents who had some light yellow hair mixed in. The two eyes were as red as small fire spots, just like when the earth was covered by heavy snow, only half of the blood-red eyes were exposed on the white horizontal line. Sunset. I have never seen a cuter creature. Sometimes they disperse, sometimes they gather around their mother, and sometimes they rely on themselves, their mouths rubbing against each other, as if they are very friendly. Sometimes, they also imitate the big cock, flicking its two hind legs. Jumped up. "Lyshi, bring some spinach for the little boy to eat," his wife called. When the spinach came, two big boys came to eat it, but the little boys refused to lag behind. Lyshi drove the big boys away, and the little boys ran away in fright. After waiting for a moment, he turned around and slowly came closer to eat the food. "Look at the little boy, look at the little boy. Eating vegetables." Several neighbor children stood outside the iron gate and looked at it with curiosity. The wife said, "There are many people watching outside the door every day. If we are not careful, someone may come to mourn our child." "No, no, they can't climb in," I comforted my wife. But he was also afraid of making a mistake, so he shouted, "Genkai, Genkai," at night, "take out the iron cage where the chickens used to be kept, and drive all the chickens into the cage. They are scattered in the garden for fear that someone will ask for their bedding." Genkai agreed. The next morning, I went downstairs, and the first thing I did was to see the boy. But there was no sign of a cockroach in the garden. No matter how much I looked for it, the cage was gone. "Genkai, Genkai, where did you put the cage?" I shouted in surprise. "Genkai is not at home. He went to buy some side dishes," Mrs. Zhang agreed. "Do you know where Genkai put the cage?" I asked Mrs. Zhang. "I don't know. Last night I heard Genkai say that I chased the bastards for a long time before catching them one by one and putting them in the cage. Later, I didn't know where he put the cage," Mrs. Zhang replied. "I looked everywhere, in the garden, on the porch, in the hall, in the kitchen, on the back patio, on the terrace, and in the study room. I searched everywhere, but not a single one of them was found, and there was no trace of the cage. Damn, damn. He must have been jailed by some thief." I started to get a little angry. My wife and third sister also came downstairs to help me search, and Lyshi also came to look for me, knowing that this is a futile search. But he refused to be willing to lose it. I was lying on the sofa in the study, thinking, It's not a pity for the adults, the kids were so cute, they were the most interesting period just now, but they were taken away. Thief! Damn it! Damn it! Why don't you say anything else, but just die? How much can it be sold for? Why not take it back and exchange it for money? What is a patrolman doing standing on the street? If you see a thief pick up his cage and leave in the middle of the night, wouldn't you stop him? Genkai deserves to die, why not put the cage in the hall? I curse the thief and resent the thief. This is the first time. I lost my clothes and money, but I didn't hate it, but this time I took away the cute little boy, but I hated him bitterly. This loss is not a loss of money. Sigh, the eldest sister asked us to get married, and the second sister's friends also asked us to get married, but I made excuses and refused to give. Now all is lost. If I had known this, it would have been better to give it to others. They must be gone. They must have been killed by thieves. It's all you. If you hadn't called Jen before you caught the chickens and put them in the cage yesterday, you wouldn't have lost them all. They were scattered in the garden, and it would have been very difficult for the thieves to catch them. They must not dare to catch it. It's fine now. The cage, the pig, and all the cages have been captured. The thief got the better of him and put it in the cage for him so that it would save effort to lift it up. After searching for a long time, my wife also entered the study and said complainingly. I held my head in my hands and was silent. There are a few more little cockroaches. 1, 2, Lexus' voice shouted in the garden. My wife and I immediately jumped up and ran out to take a look. What, the little cockroach has been found. What? I asked, my heart beating with surprise. No, it's the second baby, and it's still very small. I only gave birth to 2, Lyshi said. In the tile pile in the corner of the wall, the mother-in-law made a nest at some time. The bottom was padded with straw, and the grass was covered with many soft hairs that fell from the mother-in-law. The top is also soft, forming a dome-shaped top cover, which is very delicate and warm. They were 2 extremely small cubs, about the size of a white mouse. Their eyes had not yet opened. Their hair was very thin and fine, and their red flesh color was exposed. They looked weak and incompetent, which made people sad at first sight. Another layer of unbearable pain and compassion. The mother-in-law is gone. Who feeds them? Could it be that they are starving to death? Damn thief, this is simply a heinous crime of murder. Why hasn't Genkai come back? Go and call the patrol. You must catch this thief. It's so hateful. Tell them to investigate immediately. Catch the mother-in-law quickly. I shouted angrily. Alas. As long as the thief is willing to send the son back, he is willing to pay any price, and he will never be held accountable for the crime of theft. I said to myself again as if announcing to the whole city. We took the 2 poor little ones out of the pile of rubble and put them in a bamboo basket as their nest. I dare not look at their weak and pitiful plight. Hurry up and pour some milk for them to eat. I ordered in a hopeless and tentative way. It's no use. It's no use, they won't eat. Sister-in-law Zhang said. I shouted anxiously, whether they eat or not, just go and get yours. If they can't eat, will they starve to death? Young master wants it, just go and get it. My wife said. The milk was brought, and I put their mouths in the milk tray. It seemed that their mouths had moved a few times, and then they crawled away with great effort, trembling all over, without any intention of eating. I shook my head, there was nothing I could do. Genkai came in with a large plate of side dishes while everyone was in a hurry. Genkai. Where did you put the cage? I said. Genkai, even the cage is gone. The wife said. Genkai said in confusion, I put it in front of the porch, how could it be mourned? I angrily said, why put it in front of the porch? Why not take it and put it in the living room? Now, you see. I pointed at the two little ones who had not opened their eyes and said, what should I do with these two little ones? It was you who hurt them. Genkai had nothing to say and just shook his head. After a long while, he said, you won't lose it if you put it in the garden on weekdays. If you are too careful, it will be bad. I walked into the study room. He took a business card, wrote a few words on it, asked Genkai to call the patrol police, and asked them to look for him immediately. Genkai came back with a very simple sentence. They said, they understand. I was very unhappy. The wife said, it's getting late, you should go to the office. In the office room. I had no intention of doing anything, and I only thought about the lost babies, especially the two remaining babies that had not opened their eyes. I carefully asked several colleagues if there was any way to feed them. I went to the library and immediately borrowed a few books on raising animals. None of them can give me any light. During lunch, when I got home, I asked, where's Xiaoxing? How is he doing? Very good, still lively. His wife said. The bamboo basket was covered with a newspaper, and two little boys were rustling and crawling under the newspaper. I couldn't bear to open the newspaper and look at it. Afternoon. The patrol police haven't reported anything to us yet. I asked Genkai to ask them again. The police officer said with a smile, is it you? We will slowly investigate it on your behalf, but Shanghai is such a big place, we don't know if we can find it. It is hopeless for them to search hard. Why are they willing to visit just for a few chickens? My brother-in-law is here. His family lives in Ximen. I specially asked him to go to the place where the chickens are sold in the Qinghuang Temple to see if there are any chickens sold there like the ones in our house. Another day passed, and as far as my brother-in-law was concerned, there was no trace of him there. I'm afraid it's some poor people who are carrying cages and hawking along the streets. The two little ones were still crawling around in the bamboo basket. I have no idea at all. He also gave them milk and forced it down their throats. Soon they all vomited out again. Oh, hopeless, hopeless. I sighed from time to time. The grandmother didn't dare to see the little ones and just said, poor, poor, give them milk quickly. The mother took milk and fed them several times, but it was of no use. It's been 3 days. The sound of struggling and crawling in the bamboo basket was slightly lower. I knew that the death of these two little poor creatures was not far away. But I didn't dare to lift the cover of the newspaper and look at them. One of them can't move and is about to die. The other one is better and can still crawl on the basket. Third sister said this to me when she saw me at lunch. I saw Laishi using a pair of fire tongs to take the dead little baby outside. My wife hid her face and did not dare to look. I sat on the sofa and sighed. Thief, cursed thief. Alas, these two poor creatures starved to death. Really, 10,000 deaths are not enough to cover up the guilt. As long as I can catch you. I clenched my fists tightly and thought like this. If the thief really comes in front of me, I will definitely punch him without hesitation. Again the next day, the remaining little one also died in the bamboo basket. Thief, damn thief. I gritted my teeth, cursing like this, and couldn't say anything else. My brother lost his son, which is more painful than losing anything else. He hates thieves very much now, and probably won't stand for thieves anymore. The injustice is over. It seemed like the third sister was saying to someone outside the window. My heart was filled with pain, compassion, anger, and curses, and I sat silently in the study with my head in my hands. New Year's money. Several children in the family have been looking forward to the arrival of New Year's Eve for a long time. On December 15th, they all had a holiday and stayed at home all day, except for Wenwen's book. In addition to reading magazines, fairy tales, playing hide-and-seek, playing shuttlecock, or having adults take them out to watch movies, they dream of the heat and happiness around the new year. When they get together, they always talk about having fun in the new year, and they plan their plans for the new year very early. The younger sister is the most lively, with cheeks as rosy as apples. As soon as the elder brother comes home, he can't help but hug her and kiss her repeatedly. Sometimes he teases her until she becomes anxious and wants to cry, and refuses to relax. She often clapped her hands, cooed, and said coquettishly, "Sister, why aren't you here on New Year's Eve?" The third sister has grown up year by year, and now she is a graceful and charming girl, so she responded, "Don't be impatient. Today is the 16th, and New Year's Eve is in 2 weeks. Speaking of New Year's Eve, that was truly the happiest night for children. They saw many exciting and interesting things. They danced around the fire and wore flower masks. They had New Year's money, which they could spend freely. Everything is flavorful. They all contain endless fun. At around 20 o'clock, the house started to get busy. The cook bought a lot of chicken, duck, and fish. The children saw him killing fish and chicken and duck every day, some of which were pickled with salt and some soaked in soy sauce. They all thought it was unusual. There have been. After a few days, many wax goods have been hung in front of the eaves. Everyone in the family was busy, and the second and third sisters also went to help. Only the younger sister, younger brother, and Bebe stood by, sometimes looking at them with surprised expressions, sometimes asking endlessly, which made the adults annoying. Stand up. The floor and windows have been cleaned, red satin cushions have been added to the chairs, a red satin cloth has been placed in front of the table, and the copper and tin candlesticks have been wiped clean with tile dust. These are Aunt Zhang, Aunt Li, congratulations on our achievements. My mother has also done it herself. New Year's Eve is approaching day by day. The children are getting more and more happy day by day. On the 28th, the cook brought a big pig's head, which aroused the curiosity of the children, who gathered around to look at it. Mother asked Aunt Zhang to fetch a large basin of water and put the pig's head in the basin. Mother herself, Lai Shi, and Aunt Zhang and the second sister each hold a pair of pliers to remove the fine hairs on the pig's head. It took a long time to clean the pig head pliers. On the 29th, the lights in the kitchen were brightly lit, and the cook and Mrs. Li were so busy that they steamed rice noodles. Make rice cakes. The cook took a large pile of steaming cakes and pounded them in a stone mortar. The children saw that he was pounding the cakes hard with a big stone, and they thought that his strength was really incredible. After pounding the rice, third sister first asked him if he wanted some cakes. She can make some interesting things for people, monkeys, and monkeys. My younger sister and younger brother followed suit and asked the cook for cake balls. What are you going to do? You can't make anything, he said deliberately. The younger brother was crying with a sad face, as if he had suffered a serious blow. Standing silently, the little sister became angry. Third sister has it, why don't we? How do you know I won't do anything? Tell Mom, don't you dare not give it to me. The cook picked up 2 small pieces of cake and gave them to them with a smile, 1 piece to each of them, and said, "Don't be angry, let's play with you." Don't be angry. The younger brother was still pouting and not very happy that New Year's Eve has finally arrived. In the morning, all the preparations are ready. Everyone has a little leisurely time. The elder brother has to go to the company to do some work. It's a half-day job because the shop doesn't have the day off until the afternoon. They came one after another, and my mother and sister-in-law paid them one by one and sent them away. In the afternoon, my mother was packing New Year's money in the room, my sister-in-law, my second sister, and my third sister were setting up incense burners and candlesticks in front of the ancestral tablets. The cook was chopping firewood, chopping them very finely. Lai Shi helped him pile the firewood in the patio, neatly stacking it from bottom to top. The younger sister, younger brother and Bebe surrounded the elder brother in the room, vying for the various flower masks he had just bought home. "I want the red-faced one," said the younger brother. "I want the one with the white face and the long beard," the younger sister said. Double stretched out his little hands and said, "Daddy, I want it too, I want it too," the younger sister said. Double stretched out his little hands and said, "Daddy, I want it too, I want it too." The eldest brother gave the red-faced one to the younger brother, the white-faced and bearded one to the younger sister, and the remaining one with a dark face gave Double. The children took the flower masks and immediately put them on their faces, laughing and joking, trying to scare others. "You have grown a beard, why is your face as white as the plaster on the wall? You are so good-looking, but your red face is like a robber's when you are afraid of others." Bibi said nothing, put on a black mask, and immediately went to the hall to find his mother. Mom, does my face look good?" he said enthusiastically. "It's really interesting, with a dark face." "Bebe, this flower mask of yours is really good, who bought it for you?" "Dad, he gave it to me." While talking, my younger brother and younger sister also came running over, and the hall was immediately filled with the laughter and cheers of children. In the evening, we first offered sacrifices to our ancestors. Everyone knelt down respectfully, but my brother only bowed 3 times. When he bowed down, he almost fell on the ground, and everyone burst into laughter. Then, the mother took her younger brother to the stove, asked him to get the tongs, and tongs a piece of burning firewood in the stove. Place in the patio woodpile. The pyre also burned. The dark courtyard was filled with firelight and figures of people were coming and going. Lai Shi threw handfuls of salt into the pile of firewood. It then crackled and exploded. My younger sister also followed suit and threw a lot of salt into it. Mother said, "Okay, no more throwing." She still refused to stop. A table was set up in the hall, and people of all sizes gathered around it to eat New Year's dinner. There were seats for those who were not at home, and a pair of cups and chopsticks were placed in front of the cups. There was firewood in the patio. The pile is still burning, Lai Shi is there to take care of it. The mother shared the New Year's money, the second and third sisters each received 10 yuan, and the younger sister, younger brother and Bebe received 1 yuan each, all wrapped in red paper. The younger brother took the money and saw that there was only 1 piece, and he immediately became disappointed and unhappy. Mom promised to give me $5. Go subscribe to Children's Illustrated for a year and buy a skateboard. Why is there only 1 piece? I don't want it. When he said that, he threw the money on the table with a clang. Mother said, "What to do? You still have to lose your temper on New Year's Eve." You see, Xiaomei and Beibei were both quiet and didn't say a word. The younger brother was so anxious that his lips wrinkled up and he was about to cry. "Don't cry on New Year's Eve. If you cry, you'll be beaten," said the mother. The eldest brother quickly coaxed the younger brother into the study room with persuasion and deception. "Don't be anxious, I will give you the money later." "Oh, brother, do you know how much New Year's money I had when I was a child? Like you, where can you get 1 or 2 pieces? One year, when I was only 8 or 9 years old, I budgeted the money and things I would buy for the new year a few days before New Year's Eve. My eldest sister and I said, last year, my grandma gave me $200. Yearly money. I am 1 year older this year, so you can definitely give me $500. I want to buy fireworks and candy people, and I want to throw number 1 pick red with you and them. I will definitely beat you this year. I have planned everything well, and $500 is just enough. It's New Year's Eve." I was very happy, and I was waiting for my grandmother to send me the New Year's money. After the meal, my grandmother took out packages of red paper bags and handed one package to my eldest sister and then me. When I saw it, there was only $100. At that time, I was really disappointed, as if I had fallen into a bottomless dark hole. All of his plans were ruined, no one could buy the cannons, and the top prize red was no longer worthy of throwing. I cried and asked my grandma, "Why is it that the New Year's money this year is only 100 yuan? I don't want it." Grandma didn't say a word, her eyebrows were furrowed, as if she was worried. When I saw that my grandmother didn't agree to my request, I knew it was hopeless, so I cried loudly. Grandma said, "You cry, you cry. I'm going to fight him. The eldest sister only has $50. If she doesn't cry, you cry. Do you know there is no money this year?" When she said this, her face looked sad, as if she was about to cry. When my aunt saw me crying, she quickly coaxed me into her room and said, "Be good, don't cry. Grandma really has no money this year. I will definitely give it to you again in the first month of next year." Grandma said to herself in her room, "Sanner's money hasn't been sent yet, only 2 yuan left. Today I exchanged another piece of money for New Year's Eve money. How can I live my life?" When she said this, her voice was choked up. The aunt said, "Listen to what Grandma said. How much she loves you, wouldn't she still give it to you if she had money?" I finally couldn't calm down my anger. I fell on the bed and sobbed for a long time. Only then was her aunt pulled her into the room to sleep. That one is really the unhappy one. The next day, I heard my aunt tell the old lady that she had secretly shed tears last night. Later, I saw my grandmother opening a drawer, taking out money, and sending the local security guard to come to congratulate her, so I went to take a look. Really, there was only $1 in her drawer, and a few $100s left over from the New Year's money, and half of the money was gone. This impression still remains with me to this day. Well, I really shouldn't have made my grandmother sad. The younger brother leaned on his elder brother's arms and listened silently. Under the light, I saw that my elder brother's face was very miserable, with a few tears on the corners of his eyes, and the study room was as quiet as death. Outside, in the hall, the noisy and laughing voices of the little sister and Beibei came in from time to time. 5 dads. We cannot guess how unpredictable our own moods are. Sometimes, big events make you completely lose your heart, become fanatical and confused, excited and violent. However, when the event passes, it is still blue and clear like the sky after a storm. Sometimes, small things may not move you much at the time, but they will stay in your heart forever, like ink seeping into white wood, making you miserable when you think about it. Sometimes, a deep friendship will hold you for a year and a half, and a year and a half later. His or her impression is like the presence of a sick deer on the edge of a clear green pond. Once they leave, their beautiful shadows will no longer remain on the water. Sometimes, the ancient longing will endure, and the longer it lasts and it becomes newer, like the Himalayas standing forever, like the East China Sea. The South China Sea never dries up. In the past 30 years, so many relatives and friends have passed through my heart and passed away. How much? It allows me to be alone and meditate. How many of them do you remember and fall in love with from time to time? Among the few, Father Five is an old man that I cannot forget. He often appears lively in my childhood memories. He often reminds me of many interesting childhood stories and many family trivia. It also often makes me think sadly of irreparable regrets and feelings that I can't bear to revisit. It has been 30 years, and I have reached the midway of my life. From a budding child, to childhood, to youth, to adulthood, I don't know how many times my state of mind has changed. I don't know how much my life has changed, but the fifth dad is always the same amazing fifth dad. He has a long figure, a long but not very thin face, a moon-white bamboo cloth gown, dirty yellow white cloth socks, and kind and fair eyes. Slow and sluggish manners, a big mouth that often smells of cigarette smoke, burnt yellow fingers that are often stained by smoke, thick-soled satin shoes, a gentle smile, an eloquent voice, and hands and feet that are good at making various gestures. 10 years. But it seems as if nothing has changed. Last spring, I went to my hometown once. Father Wu knew I was back and came to see me. As soon as he saw me, he said, "I haven't seen you for 5 or 6 years, and you look the same again. I heard that you are very proud of yourself recently. But your fifth dad is still the impoverished fifth dad before." The person standing in front of Wan Ran is the fifth father from 5 years ago. Wan Ran is the fifth father from 30 years ago. His expression and body have not changed, and not even a hair has turned white, which is enough to express the 5 years. The only thing that has changed in the past 30 years is that his back has become more bowed. This is the last time I see him. Half a month later, I left my hometown. 3 or 4 months later, there was a funeral note in a yellow envelope with the words, "Obituary," written on it in a blue envelope. Suddenly it arrived from the post office. The former Qingyi Linqing Chunhofu Jun is grieving. I opened the funeral note and was stunned when I saw it. I didn't expect that the lively fifth father died so soon. Later, I heard a legend from relatives and friends in my hometown that the fifth father was 2 or 3 months before his death. His body completely changed. Long Zhong was unable to walk. He became easily angry. His wife, who we called her girl, scolded him countless times a day and even took the door bolt. Hit her. He can no longer take out the financial aid from his relatives. Then he called the older boy. Sometimes when he couldn't get it, he would curse Luo Luo, which was aimless. They all said privately that fifth dad has become dead. And really, within 2 or 3 months, this mantra came true. But I have never seen such a perverted fifth dad. In my memory, the fifth father is always an amazing and unchanging fifth father. A long figure, a long but not very thin face, a moon-white bamboo cloth gown, dirty yellow white cloth socks, the same as ever for 30 years. I call fifth dad an old man, partly because of the loftiness of his seniority. He is my grandmother's uncle. Because he is a commoner, he is more than 10 years younger than my grandmother. He called his grandmother eldest sister, following the previous title of his grandmother's mother's family. Her grandmother called him fifth dad. Just follow the title of our juniors. My uncles already call him fifth dad, so naturally I should call him more respectful. However, my grandmother said, it is not convenient for children to speak awkward words, so just follow the crowd and call them daddy. I call fifth dad an old man, partly because of his old appearance. When I was born, he was only in his 30s, but he already looked old. His movements were slow and sluggish, his voice was strong and rough, and his eyes were so short-sighted that he couldn't even see clearly what was 2 or 3 feet in front of him. He often boasted about his experiences and knowledge. We forget his correct age and tend to think of him as an old man older than our grandmother. However, his old figure remains the same year after year, like the moss in the cracks of the stones or the fern under the roof tiles, it is always so green. Therefore, if he is in his 30s, he is not considered to be in his prime, and if he is in his 60s, he is not considered to be older, except that his back is more curved. He has never read many books. I heard that I went to the examination room when I was young. However, he soon gave up the idea of seeking fame and came out of his hometown. He followed his grandfather to seek food and clothing. Just like the green vines growing around the tree, they always rise and fall with the tree. When my grandfather has a good errand, he will also have it. When his grandfather is temporarily unemployed, he will also live at home. Although his grandfather has a short errand in hand, he cannot arrange his own personal life. Then he stayed idle again. He probably spends most of his time idle. He had nothing to do, hugging his children and making them laugh. The children liked him when they saw him lounging at home. The fifth father could not leave him almost all the time. Seeing that he had something to do, he felt sad and said, "Where is the fifth daddy?" The fifth daddy? I want the fifth daddy. Every child always has this kind of quarrel several times a day. And I was especially beloved by him among the children. When I was a child, except for my wet nurse, I spent the longest time in his arms every day. He hugged me and walked around in the living room. He hugged me and sat me swinging in my grandfather's rattan sedan parked in the hall. He sat me on the desk, and he cut and folded paper boats and paper boxes for me. I grabbed it and accidentally destroyed what he had folded. And he still folded it. At night, he teased me to look at the red ocean oil lamp. I was so unhappy that I almost cried, so he kept coaxing me, here, look what's moving on the wall. His fingers made various gestures in the light. I still clearly remember that his buttocks are the most similar, and the 2 fingers that can't stop flapping up and down, like the flapping wings of a bird, are what I like the most. Other dog heads, cat heads, and pig heads are not much different from the butt head, but he must say that it is a dog head. Just a cat head or a pig head. What frightens me the most, and what makes me happy the most, is that he put his hands under my waist, lifted me high in the air, and put me down as quickly as a white swan flying down. When my little heart is lifted high in the air, can't help but jump. I was above his head, looking down, and it seemed as if I was standing on the top of a very high mountain. Everything became smaller, and the dark roof of the sedan chair that was usually invisible, and the things in the shrine that were usually invisible, were also visible. Very clear. Even the extremely high ridge of the roof seemed to be too low, so low that it would collide with my head. When I was quickly let go, I felt like I was falling from the clouds, dazed and confused. The square tile floor in the hall seemed to rise up, as if it was about to hit me. It wasn't until I was safely in his arms that I felt at ease and calmed down, and my curiosity forced me to shout, "Fifth Dad, do it again." When I got a little older, he would sit by my grandmother's cigarette tray, hold me in his lap, and tell me stories. It was quiet at night. Except for the small cigarette lamp, which emits a circle of red light, except for the sound of Grandma's smoking, except for the cloud of white smoke emitted from the pipe and from Grandma's mouth, everything is quiet. And Father Wu hugged me and sat beside the cigarette tray, talking about it for a long time. He told me a long story until my dazed eyes closed slightly. My grandmother's face and the face of the fifth father gradually became blurred. In the distance, the little red lights gradually looked like little ones on the horizon. It was as bright as the full moon, and the fifth father's sandy voice was vigorous. Just like the raindrops on an autumn night, they fell into my ears one by one and no longer became one piece after another. After a while, he stopped his narration and said, "Fall asleep." Then he gently put me on the bed and lay down. I fell asleep and pulled a blanket over me. He talks about pirates. The story describes the kind of pirates who wrap their heads in red cloth and kill everyone on sight. It is so true. He said that the pirates all carried bright knives and pointed spears. When people saw them, they would kneel down and offer things to them. They still cut off the people's heads with one knife. Blood spurts out. Once, a large number of men and women, old and young, hid under a pile of straw to avoid the pirates. The pirate wandered around but couldn't find anyone. Just as he was about to leave, a pirate who was holding on to his spear accidentally stabbed the tip of his spear into the haystack. It hit a man in the leg, and he screamed in pain. So the pirate said, "There is someone. Someone." They all stabbed their spears into the haystack, the straw was dyed red, and not a single person was left in the haystack. Also, a relative of mine, you should call her Aunt Sue. She is dead now, what a tragic death for her family. The pirates came, and no one in the family was left. Only your great-aunt was hiding in the stove hole in the kitchen, and was not seen by them. She saw with her own eyes that the pirate's head was wrapped in red cloth. They all held bright swords and guns in their hands, and their hair was long. After the pirate left, she crawled out of the kitchen cave. The courtyard was full of dead people. Fortunately, an old family member who was hiding somewhere else came back to see her, and then he carried her out of the city and fled. Halfway through, they met another pirate. The old man was stabbed on the head, and his face was covered with red blood. Fortunately, your great-aunt was very smart and quickly took off the small gold bracelet she was wearing and gave it to him, and she escaped with her life. His recounting of the memories of that terrifying era made me both scared and eager to listen. The twilight and mysterious smoke plate seemed to have turned into empty houses and open fields strewn with dead bodies. And his narration of Liao Zhai also made me feel the same horror. I'm not afraid of stories about foxes, fairies, flowers, and monsters. What I'm most afraid of are mandrills and zombies. Once he said, an old lady and a maid slept in the same room. The old lady heard the sound of someone spraying water outside the window. An old lady and a maid slept in the same room. The old lady heard the sound of someone spraying water outside the window every night, so she became suspicious and woke up her maid to go and have a look. But I saw an old woman with white hair spraying water from her mouth. She knew someone was spying on her. He sprayed water on the window. The old lady and the maidservant both died. The next day, the family members pushed in the door and tried to save them, but only the maidservant was saved. The old lady died. The maid recounted what she saw at night. The family dug up the place where the old lady had submerged. They couldn't dig more than 7 or 8 feet, but they saw a zombie lying there with the body still intact. She was the white-haired old woman that the maid had seen at night. They burned her and never showed up again. I became scared after hearing this. It seemed as if someone was spraying water outside our window. I lay tightly on Father Wu's chest and did not dare to move. I looked at him with bare eyes, my face looking sad and surprised, just like a religious sinner listening to the pastor describing the horrors of hell. But what made me most excited, and what made me smile and listen attentively, was his narration of 3 kingdoms. He was dancing and describing, and kept talking loudly about what Liu Bei was like, what Zhang Fei was like, and what Cao Cao was like. The names of these heroes were first implanted in my mind by him. He described Guan Gong's ability to pass 5 passes and kill 6 generals, as if he himself was Guan Yu with a red face, phoenix eyebrows, and a long beard, riding a red horse and carrying a Qinglong Yanhua sword. He described Zhang Fei's drinking of banqiao, as if he himself was the black-faced Zhang Fei, standing by the bridge, holding up a snake spear 8 feet tall. He shouted and drove off Cao Cao's men. He described Cao Cao's defeat at Chibi as if he himself was the resourceful and cunning Cao Cao. He described Cao Cao's cutting off his beard and abandoning his robe. The embarrassed look made me laugh. When he was happy, he sat me on the bed while he stood up to perform. His long figure, reflected in the dim red light, made him look like a peerless hero. This 3 kingdoms took him more than half a year to talk about. It was not until he followed his grandfather to Qingtian to take office that he finally finished. However, he had not yet talked about the 6 chapters out of Qishan. After dinner every night, I would pull him and say, "Father 5, let me tell you next, what happened to Cao Cao?" So he hugged me again and sat beside my grandmother's cigarette tray and told this long, long story. I have gone to a higher primary school to study. One day, while eating lunch, I accidentally got a long fish bone lodged in my throat. No matter how hard I coughed, I couldn't cough it out. You can't pick it up with your fingers, and you can't stick to it even if you eat a big ball of rice. There was a dull pain in the throat, and my grandmother and mother were very frightened. They asked me to open my mouth wide and show it to them, but they couldn't see where the fish bone was. I was so anxious that I started to cry. The 5th dad happened to come in from outside. Of course, he was unemployed and living in our house at this time. As soon as I saw him, I cried, "5th dad, come on. 5 dads, come on. The fish bones are so sharp he's going to die." Father 5 walked over slowly and said, "It doesn't matter. Wait until Father 5 cures you. Father 5 has a secret recipe for fish bones." So he sat on the chair, pulled me to stand between his knees, and asked me to open my mouth. He also asked the girl to get a pair of tweezers. He looked at it carefully, and soon "Wait until Father 5 cures you. Father 5 has a secret recipe for fish bones." So he sat on the chair, pulled me to stand between his knees, and asked me to open my mouth. He also asked the girl to get a pair of tweezers. He looked at it carefully, and soon he used the tweezers to penetrate his throat. What was brought out of the mouth with the forceps was a very long fish bone with some blood on it. He asked, "Are you okay now?" I swallowed and nodded, feeling much lighter, as if I had escaped from death. To this day, when my grandmother talks about this to people, She still makes fun of my embarrassed Xiangzi. The fifth father is almost 43 or 4 years old and has not yet been married. It was his grandfather who helped him with a sum of money and asked him to return to his hometown to find a wife. He married a maid from a wealthy family. She was only about 20 years old. Together with him, she was really like father and daughter. Certainly. His wife is not beautiful, she has a round face, her whole body is round and fat, she is short and only as high as the armpits of the fifth father, just like a rubber ball, she doesn't talk much, and looks very stupid. Not many months after his marriage, he brought her to our home. So they both became long-term guests in our home. We only call his wife girl, and there is no honorific title for her. From then on, Father Wu no longer talked about 3 kingdoms, and talked about ghosts and gods, but he was still talkative. Partly, of course, it was because I was older. I can read short books now, and am no longer as interested in his story as I was when I sat on his lap and listened to the Chronicles of the 3 Kingdoms. This is partly because he has married now. Not long after he got married, the girl gave birth to a girl. This child is very good at crying. She looked ugly, and everyone in the family didn't like her very much. And her mother, a girl, sat in the room dull and rigid all day long, which didn't satisfy the whole family. Only the fifth father still enjoys the favor of everyone, and he is still talkative. After my grandfather passed away, our family was also in a very difficult situation, and of course we couldn't afford to support many idlers. So after a group of subordinates resigned and returned to their hometown, there were also the fifth father, his girl, and their crying daughter. He died partly because his grandfather had passed away. His hope and backer were gone, so he had to go back and find another way to eat. The fifth father who had such a close connection with me in my childhood said goodbye and went back. It was not until 10 years later that we saw each other again in Beijing. I remember that when he took his wife and daughter back on the Fujian ship, his grandmother asked an old family member to escort his luggage, which simply included 2 suitcases, a basket, and a roll of bedding. He also asked me to follow him to see him off. My dearest Father Wu, who loves you so much, is back home. You're going to give it away. Fujian ship is a kind of sailing ship less than 2 or 3 feet long. It is specially used to transport goods along the seashore of Fujian and Zhejiang. The exception is carrying passengers. Such a ship sails with the wind on the seaside, from Zhejiang to Fujian. When the wind is smooth it also takes half a month, but when the wind goes against the weather, it might take a month or 2. When they left Fujian, most of them sold wild rice, sweet fruits, etc. But when they returned to Fujian from Zhejiang, they sold mostly pigs. The sound of the pig's mouth is mixed with the human voice, and the pig's smell is mixed with the human voice. It was truly an embarrassing journey. If Father Five were rich, he could take another route, land, or return by ship from Shanghai. But how does the fifth father have such great power? So I had no choice but to go back amid the sound of pigs and the smell of pigs. The boat is moored outside the east gate, where there is a long row of endless boats moored. There are countless ships with different masts towering up into the sky. The fifth dad took a long time to recognize the original ship, and asked the waiter to help him get on board with his luggage, hold the child, and help the woman get on the ship. The waiter said, "The ship won't leave until tomorrow morning." Father Wu stood on the bow of the ship and said to me, "Don't get on the boat. The gangplank is not easy to walk on. Go back." The letter came as soon as I got home. Then he said to his old family, "Lai Shun, Please send Master Sun back properly and don't stand in the sun any longer. Li Shun said, Father Wu asked you to go back. You go back. I feel very sad. He followed Lei Shunk without emotion. After walking dozens of steps, when I looked back, Father Five was still standing on the bow of the boat, looking at my back. Ah, the fifth father who had such a close connection with me in my childhood has said goodbye and returned. 10 years later, I was studying in Beijing and living with my third uncle. Go to school every morning and go home after class in the afternoon. One day, the weather was very cold, and black clouds hung low in the sky, as if it was snowing. The dead branches rustled, and a few remaining yellow leaves flew to the ground. I hurried home. As soon as you enter the door. Seeing a load of luggage placed at the door of the porter, he asked the doorman Li Sheng, "Who is here?" Li Sheng said, "An old man I don't know. He just came from the south. He seems to be a relative of the master." I put my school bag in my room, took off my coat, and went to the upper room. As soon as the door curtain is opened. That makes me stunned. The person sitting and chatting with the third uncle was the fifth father, whom he hadn't seen in 10 years. His expression and body look were like those of the fifth dad 10 years ago, with his long figure, long but not very pointed face, dirty yellow white socks, and glossy satin thick-soled shoes. Her kind and fair eyes and gentle smile have not changed at all, except that her back is more arched. He was startled when he saw me, and then asked with a smile, "Is he an official? I haven't seen you for 10 years. Now that I have become an adult, my appearance has completely changed. If I bump into me on the road, I really don't know him anymore. Only the nose and eyes are still the same." There was a big fire burning brightly in the house, but Father Five just said, "It's really cold in Beijing." "It's cold." The third uncle said, "Fifth dad's clothes are too thin. I need to change them to thicker ones. I must also buy cotton shoes and socks. If you go out like this, you'll get frostbite." Father Five is still so talkative. Under the light at night, he talked about how difficult life was at home and how he had to make a living, but there was only one way to make a living in Beijing. He said it was so hard for him to prepare the travel expenses before departure. He begged and borrowed money from here and there, and he just borrowed dozens of dollars. He also talked about how difficult it was along the way, how he didn't speak the northern dialect, and how unruly the porters, coachmen, and hotel pickers he encountered were. How good at bullying strangers. He talked from after dinner until almost midnight and refused to stop. It was the third uncle who said, "Fifth dad has been working hard on the road. It's getting late. Let's go to bed first. Li Sheng has made the bed." Fifth dad walked to the door, pushed it open, and a gust of cold wind blew in. He shuddered, quickly shrank back, and said, "It's so cold, so cold." The third uncle said, "The coal stove is also lit in the fifth father's room. Be careful when sleeping, and don't close the windows tightly. It's very dense. Coal poison often kills people." Father Wu said, "I know." The third uncle gave him another thick scarf and wrapped it heavily around his neck. Only then did he dare to walk out of the patio and into the room. His room was opposite to mine and was also a side room. It was originally a living room but was temporarily converted into his bedroom. When he got up the next day, the sun was shining brightly. In the courtyard, on the roof tiles, on the jujube trees, and along the steps, there is a patch of white. The sun shines on the snow, reflecting white light, making the patio exceptionally bright. He opened the door and shouted, "Ah, ah, what a heavy snow." On this day, he and his third uncle were talking about looking for trouble again. The third uncle frowned slightly and replied, "There are really a lot of people looking for trouble in Beijing these days. It's really hard to get into trouble unless you have great power and a big backing." The second uncle has been here for nearly 2 years. He wants to find someone who costs $20 or $30. Qian Yu's errand record has not yet been found. The fifth father remained silent. He has lived in Beijing for half a year. The remaining snow in Beijing has long since melted away. The weeping poplars on the border of Beijian and Dongjiu-Mingxiang have changed from golden strands to thick branches and large leaves. When the poplars are dancing in the air like snowflakes, he is far away. Only then did all hope come to an end. Had to pack up and go home. During the long winter he just sat by the fire with his neck down. The sun was shining brightly and there was no wind at all. Only then did he dare to drag a chair and sit on the steps to bask in the sun. The sky is dark and windy. He hurriedly came into the house, not daring to leave the fireside. As soon as he opened the door, a gust of cold wind swept in. He shuddered and shouted, "It's so cold, so cold." He quickly shrank back to the stove. Once night comes. He even had to put the scorching white stove in his room. The third uncle repeatedly told him that after heating the house, the stove should be taken out of the door. If the stove was to be placed in the room, a window should be opened. Gas is very powerful, many people will be killed in one winter. He seemed to listen but not listen. He always brought the white stove that was burning brightly into the house every night and never let it go out again. The windows were always closed tightly. Nothing happened for several days. One night, I woke up in the middle of the night as if something was moaning. The heavy and loud groaning sound did not sound like that of a human being. It seemed like the moaning of a horse or a camel, or more like the roar of a lion that was heard when the fort was built on the desert in Africa. I was startled and listened attentively. I could hear every sound. The sound seemed to come from the opposite room. I put on my clothes, put on my big cloak, opened the door and went out. I called out several times, "Father Wu, what's the matter? What's the matter? Are you sick?" He didn't answer a word. I pushed the door and found it was bolted, then pushed his window. The window is not closed yet. I pushed the window open. A foul gas rushed out of the room, almost making me faint. At this time, the third uncle also heard the sound. We climbed in through the window and opened the door. The room was filled with smoke. Father Five lay unconscious on the bed and moaned. The whole family worked hard to treat him. Li Sheng carried him to the patio so that he could breathe in the fresh air. Li Sheng went to serve a large bowl of pickled cabbage soup, saying it was the best thing to cure coal poisoning. He used bamboo chopsticks to dig open his teeth and poured the pickled cabbage soup into the courtyard. Drained it. After a long time, he sighed and came back to life, shouting. So sad. After 5 full days of rest, he fully recovered. From then on, he really wanted to return. After surviving the harsh winter, when the poplars danced in the air like snowflakes, he truly returned. Yes. It was my third uncle and me who took him to the East Station. The luggage was still the same as it was when I arrived, except for a thick cotton robe, cotton shoes and socks on my feet. 5 years later, in my hometown, we met several more times, the last few times. As soon as he heard that I was back, he rushed to see me. He still looks like the fifth dad from 5 years ago, the fifth dad from 15 years ago, and the fifth dad from 30 years ago. His expression and posture have not changed at all, but his back is more bowed. He is still talkative, still talks endlessly about his poverty, and still smiles. But the clothes he wore were from 15 years ago, not thick cotton-padded clothes, and the feet he wore were dirty yellow cloth socks and satin thick-soled shoes from 15 years ago, instead of cotton socks and shoes. He sighed, "I am so poor that I have lost all my clothes. I have a few relatives who live on a little allowance every month. But enough." When the second aunt came on the third day, she said that the fifth father asked her to help him a little if he was rich. I was really not rich, but I had to help the fifth father. In the past 30 years, this is the first time he asked me for help. I brought not much money. Visit him at his home. There was a carpentry shop in front of it, and he lived in the back, which had only 2 rooms, both of which were small enough for a bed and a table. He invited me to sit on the bed, and sometimes asked me to make tea, and sometimes asked me to buy snacks. He was so attentive that I didn't dare to sit for a long time. I gave him the money. He said, "I really didn't bring much this time. Please forgive me, Father 5. If you need anything in the future, please write to me and ask for help." He smiled and thanked me again and again. The next morning, he came over again and said, "I haven't helped you yet. Can you come to my house for dinner this afternoon?" I was about to excuse myself and couldn't bear to spend his money. He seemed to know what I meant and said quickly, "Don't you hate your fifth dad's things? Fifth dad also bought you Candyman candies when you were young, do you remember? The dishes are all prepared, I must come. Your fifth father will blame you." I couldn't say any more words to refuse, so I had to say, "Why do you need so much money from me?" This lunch cost at least 1/3 of the money I gave him. He said, "I heard that you like to eat abalone and seafood from your hometown. I got up early to buy this. You can eat it and see." Then he said, "Your fifth father stewed this chicken himself. Eat it and see if it tastes good." I ate his meal with indescribable bitterness. I really can't taste the delicious bowls of food. After I returned to Shanghai, I received a letter from Father Wu, saying that I could barely cope with it in the past 2 or 3 months, and I hoped that I could send him some money during the Dragon Boat Festival, no matter how much. However, the Dragon Boat Festival has not yet arrived, and Father 5 has become an ancient person. What I sent back was a memorial tribute instead of financial aid. I couldn't bear to think about the sorrow of the past. Wang Yu. That year the Dragon Boat Festival was approaching and the weather was getting hotter. Mother Li has bought raw leaves and glutinous rice. Soak them separately in cold water and prepare to wrap them in rice dumplings. The mother was busy making sachets to distribute to the children to hang. Bits and pieces of red satin and yellow silk and bundles of green, purple, white, red, and orange silk threads filled a bloated pattern book. There is an almost festive atmosphere lingering in the family and in everyone's heart. My father was busy raising money to pay off the bills of the rice shop, nanhua shop, tavern, and tailor shop. At this moment, the postman delivered a letter, an old-fashioned letter with a red label. The envelope was written in not very neat calligraphy, and the bottom line said, "From the King of Lishui." When the mother saw it, she said, "This is another letter from Wang Chen who came to pay his respects." She pulled out a piece of red paper and said, "Congratulate Mrs. Eldest young master, eldest young mistress. Dear master's son, Miss Sun. Jubilee." Late Wang Yu paused. Every season, such a letter must be delivered by the postman, but on the congratulatory note that comes at the end of the year, the word jia shi is replaced with nian shi. Except that Wang Cheng himself lives in our house, such a letter. A few simple auspicious greetings often arouse the nostalgic thoughts of parents. Grandmother often said, Wang Chen still remembers us. I wonder how he is doing. Mother said, his letter was sent by Li Shui. I think it is still on the Lika over there. Since my grandfather died. The old servants in our family have dispersed and left, each looking after his or her own future. They would not come around until they heard that the third uncle, the second uncle or the father had a good job, or that relatives had made good arrangements. Occasionally, someone comes to say New Year's greetings and say hello. I only paid 1,000, said a few clichés, and left. Only Wang Chen remained consistent. He stayed with us when he had nothing to do, took care of the door and bought groceries for us. He is also good at cooking and can serve as a temporary kitchen, taking away a lot of the hard work from his mother. Something is wrong with him. When his old employer wrote to him, he packed up his luggage and said goodbye. However, at least 3 New Year greeting cards were delivered by postmen every year. Unlike other employers, he was like a swan as soon as he left without any news. I shouldn't say that Wang Chen is a employer. His position is very strange, somewhere between employee and close friend. Except for his grandfather, he did not admit that he was a servant to anyone. Therefore, his greeting card did not read, kowtow to congratulate King Muan, like other greeting cards accidentally sent by servants. It just plainly says, the late king bowed his head. However, in fact, he is a servant. He calls his wife, young master, young mistress, young master's son, and Miss Son, but we only call him Wang Chen. When he was at my house, he always did things like servants or cooks. He lives in the lower room. He ate with the other servants. When he came to the upper room, he always stood with his hands down and did not dare to sit down. His favorite thing was wine. He was drunk all day long. His thin and delicate face was red and steaming with heat, and his breathing was rapid. As soon as I opened my mouth, there was a smell of lees. Every time he goes to buy vegetables, he always brings back a bottle of huadiao for himself. It's okay not to eat, and it's okay not to wear clothes. If he is prohibited from not having a meal without drinking, it is like prohibiting him from living. Although he was eating with other servants, he had some food and wine from the private room, and he slowly drank his wine with chopsticks. Because of this, other people's meals have already been eaten, while he is still sipping and enjoying his wine country as much as possible. Until the poor old lady went to wait for the dishes to be washed. She got impatient and said slowly beside him, "It's time to wash the dishes. Have you finished drinking?" After washing the dishes, there are still a lot of clothes waiting to be washed. This morning, Mrs. The tents have been changed again. There is still a lot to do in the second half of the day. He shouted unhappily, "You wash it, you finished it. Why are you so anxious?" His red face, with a pair of red eyes and 2 red ears, showed strong anger. He then cursed alone in the kitchen, and no one dared to talk back to him. And he was not targeting one person specifically. When his mother heard this, she said, "Wang Chen is drunk and going crazy again." But she did not stop him, and she never criticized him for it. Everyone knows his temper. Once the drunken madness is over, he will recover. Although he was drunk and angry, he was cursing in the kitchen. But as soon as he arrived at the upper room, even though he was drunk, he still stood with his hands down. Nuonuo kept talking and never contradicted the person above him. Even the child never scolded him behind his back. Occasionally, a new servant comes, and I can't stand his arrogance and anger. I couldn't help but contradict him a few words, so he complained loudly, "You have to know that I am not an employer. I have also been a master and a card manager. I earn dozens of dollars a month. I am here to help, unlike you. You lazy people something to make real." He has been a master and a card manager, earning dozens of dollars a month, and he has never lied. His father worked as a minor bureaucrat. He has also read for several years and knows a little bit of writing. After his father died, he came to live with my grandfather as a small sexton. His family members were also brought to live at our doorstep. He has a mother, a wife, and 2 daughters. In our family we watched him send his second daughter and wife to death. His mood became worse day by day, and he drank more and more. And his status is declining day by day. He can cook for himself, and he does it well. Anyway, when he had nothing to do, he took the initiative to come to our kitchen to help, and gradually he became a fine cook, which can also be said to be a beautiful cook. My grandfather had to eat the food he cooked. When my grandfather had a good job, he would give up his job as a cook and take up the job, which made him stuck. After his grandfather died, he also brought his eldest daughter back to his hometown. When we meet him, he is a naked man who loves to drink and become angry. He always lives in our home. From a beauty-loving cook to a professional cook, he also works as a janitor. He often took me out and used his meager income to buy a lot of peanuts, mints, etc., which made my coat pocket bulge. But he saw me playing in the mud and chasing money with the little prodigal on the street. Some jumped up and down on the stone steps, or hit the little girl, and then intervened sternly. "Master son, don't do this. Your clothes are dirty, master son. Don't do such obscene things with them, master son, don't do this. Master, don't jump like this, or you may fall off your head, or master son, don't hit her. She is also a child of a good family." Every time I was interfered with or interrupted, would often repay him sternly, "Don't worry about it." He said harmoniously, Okay, let's go and ask your grandmother if I should talk to you." His hand came to hold mine. I quickly jumped into the house automatically. So when I was young, I was most afraid of his interference. Often when Lei Qian is having fun, when she sees him coming from a distance, she drops the money and runs into the gate quickly to avoid being seen and spoken to by him. The whole family thinks highly of him. Regardless of whether he was a servant, even his father and uncles spoke to him in a friendly manner. He never once reprimanded him or scolded him with any harsh words. Maybe he never even said light words. He is a very prestigious employer. But my title is wrong, so I added a question mark at the bottom, but I really can't think of any other appropriate words to call him. His status is so strange. I came to Shanghai for the first time and planned to transfer to Beijing to enter university. At this time, Wang Chang is working as a sexton in the Shanghai telegraph office, earning 30 or 40 yuan a month. When he found out that I was passing through Shanghai, he came to see me and invited me to a restaurant for a drink. It was the first time in my life that I stepped into a restaurant like this. The counter downstairs is filled with pots of smoked chicken, duck, liver, and intestines, and jars of Shaoxing wine are lined up along the wall. There were several square tables in the empty space beside the stairs. Several people were drinking wine. There were only a few small plates of cold dishes on the tables. Wang Chen led me upstairs. He sat down at a square table by the window. He went downstairs again and said, come here, please take a seat." Outside the window were wires one by one, turbulent from time to time, and the sound of shishi came from far to near, even on the iron pillars of the branch lines. There also seemed to be a buzzing sound. Then a tram passed by. After the car passed by, the wires were turbulent even more. The turbulence on this wire had not stopped yet, and there was another hissing sound on the wires over there. After the car passed by, bright firelights emitted from the distant wires from time to time. My fantasies almost swayed with the wires. Wang Chen had already come upstairs with several packages of newspaper-wrapped things in his hands. I opened the newspaper, and inside it was white chicken, roast duck, smoked brains, etc., which were exactly what was displayed on the counter downstairs. He said, "Go down and buy it yourself." Much cheaper than asking them to buy it. We were drinking and talking, and his words still had the smell of instruction, just like what he said to me when I was a child. I was a little unhappy and reluctantly talked about it. After he drank, he talked more and became red. A red and thin face. Red thin veins appeared on the whites of his eyes, his ears were red to the roots, and his mouth smelled of alcohol. I waited until he had had enough wine, then stood up and said, "Thank you, I'm going back." He quickly stopped me and said, "I still have some noodles." At the same time, I shouted, Man, the noodles are coming soon." When I returned to Shanghai from Beijing, he had already left a year earlier. I heard that when the telegraph director was replaced, he also left with him and lived in the house of the old director, who was also his old employer, as a cook. But he often drinks and loses his temper, and his wife is very unhappy with him. So he left and went to nowhere. At the end of this year, I received an ancient-style letter with a red sticker. I haven't seen an envelope like this in many years. From the familiar and not neat font, I knew that this was Wang Chen's New Year's letter. This time he only wrote, "Congratulations to the eldest mistress, Master Sun, and Miss Sun on their happy anniversary, because only my mother and sister lived with me in Shanghai." In addition to the congratulatory note, there is an 8-line note and 2 pawn tickets. He said in the letter that he is now in Jilin and was in Shanghai last time. I pawned a few pieces of clothing, and it would be a pity not to redeem them, so I sent the pawn tickets and asked me to redeem them on my behalf. While I was busy, I stuffed this letter into the drawer. More than 10 days later, my mother still said, "Why don't you go and redeem Wang Chen's pawn ticket?" When I looked in the drawer, I could no longer find the letter and the 2 pawn tickets. I think it has probably expired. He wrote in the letter that it was about to expire and he must pick it up immediately. I feel bad that I didn't do it for him. However, in the second quarter, he wrote again to pay homage to the festival, but did not mention the matter of redemption. When I saw this congratulatory note, "Congratulations to young Master Sun on her happy birthday," I realized that I had done something regretful, something that could not be remedied. Before I got married, my family had moved to Shanghai. Grandma is here too. Wang Chang was on his way to Shanghai from Jilin at this time, so his grandmother kept him to help. At home and in the auditorium, he was busy for several days. On the wedding day, everyone went to the auditorium, and no one was willing to stay at home. Only he said bravely, "I'm at home, you all can go." This makes us feel at ease. He is more reliable and loyal to what he does than others. On this day, he did not go out all day and drank less. We entertained the guests, and after a tiring day, we just arrived at midnight go home. But he had left the door wide open, and a pair of bright red candles were lit in the hall. Several of the people who were helping him had come back earlier, and they were all waiting. As soon as he saw the car entering the alley, he directed everyone to light firecrackers and welcome us back with the sound of crackling and clapping. Welcome the bride home for the first time. He seemed unhappy when he saw that my wife and I only bowed a few times in front of the ancestral throne, but he did not dare to say anything. Here he was, temporarily yielding to his duties as cook. Before his future. I already have 2 servants at home. The 2 servants were not very happy to see him looking so arrogant and old-fashioned. He was still drinking wine as usual, calmly holding his private dishes to go with the wine with chopsticks, and drank slowly. After drinking, my face turned red. His eyes were red, his ears and even his head and neck were red, and the smell of alcohol could be smelled by people 3 feet away. And he still used excuses to lose his temper, angrily scolding this and that, and commanding this and that to do this and that, but the results were unsatisfactory. Then he cursed angrily again, even more harshly than the master. Because of his behavior, the 2 former servants had no idea how many times they had quarreled with him, and how many times they had complained to his mother. The mother just said, "He is the old man's old man. Just give him some time and he will be fine in a while." When they saw that my mother was indulging him in this way, they were even more dissatisfied, so they came up to complain to my wife. Several times, they privately said to my wife, "Chef Wang Chen is so comfortable. He keeps the good food for himself to drink, but gives the bad food to the master." Yesterday, he bought a yellow croaker for lunch. He cut off the best middle section and stewed it for himself, while the head and tail were cooked for his master. There is no such cook. The next day, they came again and reported, yesterday at lunch, he kept the red paste of the salted crab and ate it himself. The crab shells and crab meat made the meal. This was reported more than a dozen times. My wife carefully inspected the food and found out that the yellow croaker had no middle section and only a few small pieces of salty crab paste were placed on the plate. She put this thing spoke to me. Also very disapproving. I said, "Let him go, he is my grandfather's old man. You are an old person, how can you be so comfortable?" My wife said angrily. I remained silent and said nothing. After 1 or 2 months, all the old family members who helped dispersed, except Wang Chen. Grandma still left him to help in the kitchen, but he became more and more sarcastic day by day. Some people even came up to tell his wife that he was disrespectful to the young lady in this way. When he heard what kind of food the young lady wanted to buy, he said, "I won't buy this dish." He even refused to buy the chicken that the young mistress ate every day. This will make my wife even more unhappy. One time, he received 5 yuan to buy groceries. He didn't buy any groceries, so he came back and cursed in the kitchen, saying that he had lost the money in the process. Several people below said, "It must have been a pretense, he used it himself to pay off the wine bill." But my wife saw that he was in pitiful embarrassment, so she gave him another 5 yuan. He didn't even say thank you, but still carried the vegetable basket and went out with a face. This made my wife very angry again. My wife saw me go home. He angrily told me the matter again. I comforted her and said, "He is an old man. He is very loyal. He will never tell lies." My wife said, "He is an old man. He is an old man. He always says this. Since he is so loyal, he might as well do all the housework. Leave it to him. I know this situation. It must not be able to sustain it for a longer period of time, and Wang Chang himself often wants to resign, saying that the wages are really not enough, and he cannot stand so much idleness. But where should he go? Such an old-fashioned character with a weird temper. Who can tolerate such a habit of drinking and cursing unless he is a well-informed person? I hesitated about this for several days. Later, I made an agreement with a few friends to ask him to work as a waiter in a club related to us, so that he would be free from work. And the wages are relatively high. He went there and continued to drink day by day, until his face was red, his eyes were red, his ears and even his head and neck were red, and he smelled of alcohol when he opened his mouth. He cooks and eats by himself, feeling very comfortable and drinking alone. No matter how long he drank, no one cared about him. However, he was just a lonely person, and he couldn't even express his temper. No matter how long he drank, no one cared about him. However, he was just a lonely person, and he couldn't even express his temper. There was no one who could scold him or give him instructions, and his meager salary was really not enough for him to buy wine and food. He often comes to my house. Tell me that the wages are too little and not enough. He also said that there were too many idle people coming in and out, and it was too busy to open and close the door all day long. I couldn't say anything, but in my heart I didn't agree with him. However, he was poor. But she would always cook a bowl or a vat of vegetables that my grandmother loved and bring them to my wife as a tribute. Grandma often asked him to buy things with money and asked him to cook them and deliver them. The old man is really not used to the food cooked by the Weijiang cook. Once. There is a very close friend of ours who lives in the club. He was new from Tianjin and had no place to stay, so we asked him to stay in an empty room in the club. So Wang Chen had to do more chores like pouring water, making tea, buying cigarettes, etc. every day, and the door had to be opened several times more. Close it several times. He came to me again and told me that he was responsible for the janitor. Any negligence on the part of the janitor was his responsibility and he could not take care of other things. I said, he will only stay for a few days and then leave. Please help me for the time being. But I really didn't agree with him. One morning, as if something serious had happened, he came to me and said quietly, "That friend of yours didn't come back last night. When he came back today, he fell asleep on the bed with his clothes on. I don't know what he did. I looked at him, he doesn't look right, so be careful with him." He then said, "I've been waiting for the door all night. I really can't do this until daybreak." I just comforted him and said, "It's only a few days, so please be patient. He may have some entertainment or play cards in the evening, so you don't need to pay attention to his affairs." And in my heart, I don't take his nosy and critical attitude seriously. A few days later, he came to me again as if something serious had happened and said quietly to me, "Your friend is probably not a good person. He must have been gambling heavily. He didn't come back last night. When he came back today, he wrapped it in a white cloth, packed a lot of clothes and took them out. Probably went to the pawn shop. You should avoid associating with such a friend." I didn't say anything silently, and I didn't agree with him even more. I believed in this friend, and I believed that he would never be like this. I was very unhappy with Wang Chen's random conjectures and random criticisms, and looked down on him like this. A few days later, in the morning, he came to me again in an even more anxious manner, as if he had a big secret that he wanted to tell me. We stood on the edge of the steps, and the sun warmly cast the shadows of the trees on us. He said quietly, "I found out it was absolutely true, he was actually gambling. I went out the day before yesterday and didn't come back for 2 days and 2 nights. You must never interact with such a person again, and never lend him money again. He uses the money to gamble. I couldn't hold it in any longer. I believe this friend will never be like this, and I don't want this friend to be insulted to this extent. I angrily kicked the 2 pots of flowers displayed on the steps down the patio. With a bang, the 2 green flower pots broke into pieces. At the same time, he said sternly, "Why do you want to interfere with his business?" He turned around and walked out of the door without saying a word, very unhappy. I looked at his back and felt regretful. He had never received such a harsh reprimand from his grandfather. I have never received such a stern reprimand from my father. I have never received such a stern reprimand from my uncles, but now I receive it from me. I felt really regretful and uneasy at that time. I still feel uneasy when I think about it. I wanted to chase him immediately and accuse him. But my pride kept me in my tracks. I watched his figure disappear outside the gate in despair. I think he must be very sad in his heart. He came to tell me earnestly again and again, all because he was concerned about me. But I gave him such a huge insult, which he had never suffered from his grandfather, father, second uncle, third uncle or other old bosses. Alas, this irreparable regret. I wish he could forgive me, and I wish to punish him for 1, 10, or 100 sins. Maybe he has forgotten about it, but I can never forget it. A few days later, several friends came to tell me one after another, how this friend was addicted to gambling, and even lost several thousand yuan in one night, and was forced to throw himself into the river. He tried to borrow money wherever he could, sometimes hundreds, sometimes tens. They asked me to persuade him. Wang Chen's words confirmed that his suspicion was not wrong at all. It can be said that he was the first among many friends to discover this friend's gambling spree. Wang Chen's words were confirmed, and I felt even more uneasy. I almost didn't dare to see him again. I scolded myself for being so unintelligent and for not believing the words of such a loyal and kind old man. However, he was still watching the door at the club and did not leave in anger. Maybe he didn't take this harsh rebuke too seriously. This gives me some relief. But after 2 months, he finally couldn't stay any longer and retreated on his own. The direct reason that prompted him to quit was, there were too many people coming and going in the club, and one day he went out to buy groceries, and people coming in and out opened the door but did not close it properly. Therefore, a small man came in and took away his box of clothes. He said, "We can't live in this kind of place anymore." So, after scolding him angrily alone for a few days, then he drew a different human body with an ink pen, with an iron chain around his neck, and wrote on it, "Shame on the thief's bones in my clothes," and nailed it to the wall. A few days later, he told me and several friends that he was going home and please find another gatekeeper. I said, "If you don't have anything to do when you go home, why not stay a few more months and wait until something good comes up before leaving?" He said, "I can't live here anymore. The wages are too little, it's hard work, and I've lost so many things. I really can't live here anymore. If I continue to live here, I'm bound to lose things. When I go back, I will stay at my daughter's house first, and also visit my mother. I haven't seen her for several years. The same goes for living there and waiting for an opportunity." We were very uneasy and pooled together a little money to compensate him for the loss of his clothes. He took the money and just said a faint thank you. After that, he still sent the red congratulatory note every new year, but on the congratulatory note, under the congratulations, Madam, Eldest Mistress, Young Master Son, he also added the title of Young Mistress Son. Say. Since last year, The envelope of his congratulations has been written, sent by Wang Shuiting Fenka. Apparently he had a good job again and became a card manager again. Third aunt and third uncle. Among the relatives I have seen and known, no one's fate and circumstances were worse and more difficult than those of the third aunt Yanwan and the third aunt Zhang Hexiu. My relatives. Many of them died in their prime, leaving widows and orphans behind, living a miserable life. There are many people with no skills who have relied on relatives for food all their lives and have suffered from idle gossip. What's more, after suffering repeated failures, they become blind again in their later years. Being angry with my wife. What's more, when he was enjoying his old age, his only son who relied on him died. What's more, after working hard and frugally all his life, he saved a little money, but it was all used up by his arrogant and unruly son, so that in his lonely old age, he had to borrow money from his employer. Shijia asked for help and lived his days like a beggar. However, their sufferings are indescribable and countless. Indescribable, countless, only the sufferings suffered by the third aunt Yanwan and the third aunt Zhang Hexiu. During my childhood, I saw them fall into the trap of hardship and poverty. 20 years later, they are still struggling in this unbreakable trap of hardship and poverty. I don't know how they spent such a long time of 20 years. My grandmother said 20 years ago, I never expected that Hexiu would be such a loyal person. Will fall into such a difficult situation. 20 years later, she still said with emotion, I never thought that a loyal person like Hexiu would fall into such a difficult situation. Especially when she met the two brothers from the Zhou family who had taken away his property. Nowadays, they are still prosperous, living their lives comfortably, and their family situation is getting better day by day. However, when the loyal man is still struggling in the trap of hardship and poverty, he can't help but feel that the way of heaven is ignorant. My grandmother gave birth to 3 daughters. The eldest aunt married into the Deng family. Her husband graduated from Maui Naval Academy and served on the same warship as one of his brothers. During the Sino-Japanese War, the 2 brothers died together. My eldest aunt died sadly after a few years. I have never met her, I only know about such an aunt from my grandmother. Every time my grandmother saw a very prominent relative among her relatives, they were serving as admirals in the Navy, or in organizations related to the Navy, receiving monthly salary, and living a very comfortable life. Then he said, if your eldest uncle had not died, he would be richer than them now. The second aunt married into the Xing family. Her husband is a capable young master, and his father is the magistrate of Dali Prefecture in Yunnan province far away. He takes care of all the household affairs in his hometown. I still remember when I was little. He often comes to our house. He is a thin man and seems to have a lot of experience. His father died in office, and he and several brothers returned home from afar to welcome the coffin. His family has quite a lot of property, and his brothers are good at keeping things in order. There is a large house. I can't live in the 3 bedrooms myself, so I rent half of them to others. There are also many fields, and the annual harvest can be sold to rice shops in addition to eating it. In addition, there is some cash that is deposited in banks or reliable stores to earn interest. A few years later, he also died. The second aunt and her 3 children were left behind. However, you can have no worries about food and clothing and live a comfortable life. She still has many marbles in her home. The year before last, when I returned to my hometown, my second aunt gave me many pieces of marble, enough to make 2 long screens. Since our own house was sold to our second uncle, we had no place to live when we returned to our hometown, so we often stayed at our second aunt's house, where there were many vacant rooms. Every time my grandmother returns to her hometown, she stays with her. She is also good at preserving, and she can still live without worries. And the children have grown up, received university education, and can earn money. The third aunt married into the Zhou family, and her husband was the loyal and incompetent third aunt Hsiu. When the third aunt first got married, his family was very wealthy. There are 3 pawn shops, 4 or 5 rice shops, and more than 10 hectares of fields. Among the 3 aunts, she is the richest. The third uncle works as a small business owner and does not gamble or go whoring. He sits at home or in the shop with a smile all day long, holding a handful of hookahs and smoking. He has a strong body and a round and dark face, exhibiting an air of loyalty and incompetence. His voice was thick and astringent when he spoke, and he was often unable to speak clearly. He would blush when meeting strangers. He also studied for several years, but his qualifications were very poor and he gave up soon. So he later couldn't even write a letter. Grandma thought he was useless. But everyone thought that a person like him and a family fortune like his would never be able to finish it all in a lifetime. Although he himself is incompetent, he will not waste his existing property. However, who can predict the changes in personnel? His rich property. Not defeated by waste, not defeated by whoring and gambling, but there is a third way, which will disintegrate everything he has, so that only a few people who need food and money are left. Since his father's death, his 2 brothers have fought with him over the property and insulted him for his loyalty and incompetence. Give him the bad things and take the good ones for yourself. Give him a few assets and take the majority for yourself. There was an uncle who felt unfair and came out to say some fair words, but the 2 brothers simply ignored him. Sanggu was very angry and felt unfair every day. She scolded him in front of him every day for being useless and not being able to fight. And the uncle also encouraged him to go to the county government office to file a complaint. He was just silent and had no idea at all. He is afraid of entering the yamen, he is afraid of getting into trouble, he is afraid of lawsuits and complaints, and he is afraid of seeing officials. However, his anger was finally stirred up by his third aunt and several relatives. He nonchalantly invited a few lawyers and reported them to the county government office. Everything was managed by his uncle and the lawyers, without any input from him. Everything is left to their arrangement. When the 2 brothers confronted each other in front of the magistrate, both his brothers were very convincing. Although they had taken the good ones, they said they had taken the bad ones. Although they had taken the majority, they still claimed that they had taken the minority. The third uncle was calm and timid. Not a word could be said. The county magistrate asked him several questions, but he only answered in a trembling voice. In a lawsuit like this, everyone knows he will lose. However, the lawyers advocated bribery, so they gave a lot of money to the magistrate and a lot to the court officials, to subordinate officials. In the end, there was no failure at all, but all we got was the comment that it will be mediated by the chief of the clan and the elder of the house in person and by the public. The clan chief, the house chief, has mediated this matter more than once. The 2 elder brothers could talk and pretend in front of them. I will give them some small gifts behind my back. Third uncle knows nothing about these places. Therefore, although the patriarch of the Zuanshin clan knew that he was right, he was not happy to fight for him. Although he knew that his 2 brothers were wrong, he was unwilling to ask them to spit out the assets they had taken. Every mediation always ends without an end. While his 2 brothers still account for most of the good assets, he still only accounts for the few bad things. This time, although the county magistrate asked the clan leader, Fong Chong, to respect his relatives and rely on public relations to mediate, wouldn't the outcome be the same as before? The clan leader, Fong Zhongzuanshin, could even use the excuse that the mediation could not be settled and still return the original case to the county, asking the grandpa to distribute it. So, there was another interrogation, and the third uncle had to spend a large sum of money to give to the county magistrate, to the court officials and the subordinate officials, and several litigants also ate from him. Using his, he also received a lot of reward. When his grandfather learned of the news, he wrote several letters, repeatedly admonishing him not to litigate again. It is better to suffer some losses than to fight again. However, by now, he was on horseback and was being controlled by several litigants. Moreover, a lot of money has been spent, and it is not up to him to suspend the lawsuit. Day by day, year by year, he has spent more than half of his allocated assets on litigation. He frowned all day long, feeling helpless and unable to think of any solution. He wanted to end the lawsuit, but he was not convinced by his brother's robbery. The third aunt always pointed at him and scolded him for being useless in front of everyone. He replied in a heavy voice, "Then, it's up to you to take care of it." The third aunt said, "Thankfully you are a man. If you weren't here, of course I can go ahead and do it. No one is as useless and incompetent as you." He was silent again, and his round and dark face was covered with a thin layer of sorrow. He really thought that every time he got a letter from his grandfather, he always thought with determination. The lawsuit has since been suspended. Preserve the few remaining properties. However, after discussing with the lawyers, he was strongly encouraged by them and told him not to stop from now on. If he were to stop, their huge income would be cut off. They said, "Things have reached this point. Moreover, a lot of money has been spent. If we give up halfway, all our efforts will be wasted. And now there is definitely a chance of winning the case. The day before yesterday, Uncle Ding from the county told me that he would agree to it as long as 5,000 or 6,000. When you win the lawsuit, the big house and the big pawn shop will be yours. Why waste such little money?" He was said to be hesitant and hesitant again, and he threw his determination into the ocean again. He was hesitant, and followed, day by day, day by day. Years pass, his assets increase day by day. It gets less and less every year. Those who benefit are the county's princes, masters, and subordinate officials, and those who benefit are the litigants and helpers. The small pawn shop he was allocated has been given to others to open. Dozens of acres of farmland in the countryside have also been sold. All for this endless involuntary litigation. But he still has a rice store and his annual income is still considerable. With this rice store, his relatives became more affectionate towards him. Because whenever relatives want rice on credit, they always go to him. At the end of the year or the holiday, he was too embarrassed to say harsh words to ask for accounts from them, and he was not able to use soft words to ask them to clear their accounts. Over the past few years, I don't know how much rice debt I have owed to my relatives. Whenever he came home, his third aunt would tell him. Just now, the second person in the store said something again. My fifth cousin came to ask for another load of rice. He hasn't paid back any of last year's debt, so why do you give him credit again? The third uncle just faced her silently, his round and black face was dull, and his thick eyebrows were slightly frowned, showing his helplessness. Unspeakable sadness. In front of his fifth cousin, and all his other relatives, the rice shop was filled with bags of rice and buckets of rice. How could he say that he wouldn't take credit? What if the fifth cousin still pays the bills? Moreover, he knew that his fifth cousin's family was in poverty recently. The workers in the rice shop, from the manager down to the apprentices, all knew that their shop owner was cowardly, loyal, incompetent, and incapable of calculating, so they started to mourn openly and secretly one by one. On the surface, this store still has a prominent 5-bay facade, with mountains of rice and grain, but in fact it is strong on the outside but hard on the inside. How could he know these things? Although the third aunt is smarter than him, how can she control the affairs in the store, and how can she know about it? So, one night, something worse happened. The manager of the rice store swept away all the cash in the store, those who were going to the countryside to buy rice, and the money that relatives had saved for interest. The next day, the manager didn't come to the store, so the guys thought he had something to do at home. When he still didn't come on the third or fourth day, they ran to his house, but his house had been moved without a trace. Then they knew something had happened and ran to notify their third uncle. The third uncle was so anxious that he could do nothing, but a helpful person came up with an idea for him. Tell him to report to the official first. As soon as people outside heard the news that the rice store manager had escaped. There were so many people asking for debts, and people wanting to recover their deposits, that the third uncle was so anxious that he just stamped his feet. How can there be much cash at home to give them? And all of them insist on money, and if they don't give it, they will complain. And the third aunt turned pale with anxiety. When she saw him, she cursed him angrily, saying that it was all because of his uselessness that this happened. How could a good store be entrusted to such an unreliable Wang Xianzhai as the manager? She had already said that Wang Xianzhai was unreliable and had already asked him to check the accounts himself and to take more cash home. Always don't listen. Now. This happened, let's see how his family will live in the future, she told him, trembling and anxiously, clenching her teeth, wanting to bite him. He just faced her silently, his round and dark face covered with a layer of sadness. His eyebrows were frowned tightly. She was so anxious that she couldn't even think about it. She lay on the bed with her clothes on and burst into tears. He still stood silently in the room. The two children, hearing their mother's cry, ran into the room from outside and stood by the bed in shock. The old lady came in quickly, took them out one by one, and said in a low voice, "Your mother is angry. Go outside and play. Don't beat her." At this point, the person who is least able to think of a way is forcing you to think of a way. So the third uncle asked someone to go to the creditor and said that the money must be paid back. Please wait a few days and send it to him when all the debts are collected. If you don't collect all the debt, you will have to pay it back even if you sell the house. On the one hand, he would run around to collect debts or ask people to help him. Or get too old and go it alone. However, debts owed to others are urgent, and everyone must pay them back. The third concubine's money is her pension for the rest of her life, and she must pay it back. The second concubine is a widow, and that sum of money was from when her husband died. Several relatives had donated money for her. How could she not pay back such pitiful money? Also, several big businesses are very powerful, and several shops are very vicious, but they have to return them one by one, otherwise they will be prosecuted. As for the people who defaulted on his debts, as soon as he heard that his rice store was in debt, he thought that he would no longer have to pay back, as if he were granted an amnesty by the emperor. He would ask someone to go there, or he would go there himself, to this house or that house. Who would be willing to repay his undue debt? And he is so quiet that he doesn't know how to speak hard or flattery. So except for a few kind families who paid off part of his debt, he received no money at all. Using this meager amount of money to repay the huge debt is really a drop in the bucket and will not help at all. So, really, the house had to be sold. Even the third aunt's jewelry had to be taken out and sold with gritted teeth and curses. It was difficult to get rid of all the creditors one by one, but he himself was desolate and had nothing left to gain. Then, the two of them began to fall into the trap of hardship and poverty, from which they could never escape. At this time, you want to file a lawsuit, but there is no money for you to file a lawsuit. The lawyers no longer come to persuade him to persist to the end, and this lawsuit over property. It ended so soundlessly and odorlessly. A loyal and incompetent man with no skills at all, a shrewd, vindictive woman who has never suffered since childhood, two children who have been pampered since their infancy, suddenly become addicted to delicious food. The peaceful and comfortable situation suddenly changed and became extremely poor. I had to make a fire with my clothes, and spent my days worrying about rice and firewood. It is as if they suddenly moved from this world to another, like fish landing, like animals entering water, like humans arriving on Mars. All living habits and methods must be changed from the bottom up. This is so distressing, sad, and depressing. I used to live in a Sanjin building. I was afraid of being lonely because of the lack of people. I also had several close relatives living with me, so I didn't pay their rent. Now I have to live in someone else's side room. The house only had 2 small rooms, which were pitifully small. They could only accommodate a bed and a table, and they also needed 1 yuan a month's rent, which they could not default on. In the past, I ate big fish and meat, but I thought the cook didn't cook it well. The clothes are made of silk and satin, and a tailor must be chosen to make them in a new style. But now I can barely eat vegetables. As for the smell of meat, it will take several days to notice any trace of it. Wearing blue cloth and coarse clothes, I dare not change them frequently for fear that they will be damaged and cannot be used again. In the past, people would come to see them every day, come to beg them, and look up at their colors. The girls' breasts were long and the uncles were short. They were really like lantern moths rushing to fly to a prosperous place, but now they are asked to look up and look at them. The color of someone else's family is gone, but they have to ask for help from others. What they saw was no longer those smiling, flattering faces, but those cold and frosty faces. They saw a few dollars as if they were flowing water or fallen leaves. They gave them away and used them without caring at all. Nowadays, a small amount of money is as heavy as Mount Tai and as precious as life. Who would have thought that this third uncle, who was loyal and incompetent but accomplished enough, would reach such a point and fall into such a trap of hardship and poverty? When my grandmother learned about the collapse of San Gu Zhang's rice shop, she didn't know that they were in such a precipitous decline that they could no longer survive. It wasn't until she returned to her hometown and met her third aunt and her third uncle that her third aunt cried to her carefully. Only then did she fully understand their current situation. She couldn't help but sigh and said, "I didn't expect that a loyal person like He Xiu would fall into such a difficult situation." And she saw that Sangu's duck-egg-shaped face looked longer and melancholy because of her sorrow. It had always been slightly yellow. Complexion. Because of her anxiety, Huang Qingqing recovered from a long-term illness, and her temper, which was always talkative, has now become depressed and taciturn. Her temper, which was always competitive and interested in showing off, has now turned into retreat and humility. Clothing has always been made of silk and satin, surrounded by green beads. Now when it was transformed into a simple blue cloth, I couldn't help but shed a few tears of sadness and pity. From then on, when she saw relatives looking for a son-in-law, she would advise them not to just look at the wealth of their husband's family, but not just to look at the son-in-law's honesty. These are all untrustworthy, and loyalty and honesty are even more useless and incompetent. When looking for a son-in-law, you must first look at his talents and his ability to stand on his own feet. It doesn't matter if your family is poor if you are capable. They live in their hometown for 1 or 2 years. I really can't support it anymore. At first, they hoped to get back the rice store's debt one after another, so that they could make a living. However, after running into several big mistakes, they realized that the debt after the store was closed was like fish and shrimp that had been released into the sea. It will never be restored to its original owner again. It is simply more difficult to ask them to repay these debts than to borrow money from them. They all dealt with the third uncle with sullen faces and used rude words, as if these debts had been waived by decree, and to ask for them again would be tantamount to treason. After they had given up all hope. Although there was no rice or firewood, the third aunt was still proud, and the third uncle was too timid to speak to anyone, but hunger forced them to ask relatives for help. Asking for help is a very difficult thing to do. Who has extra money and is willing to help poor relatives? Even they themselves, when their family was still prosperous, didn't they feel a little disgusted every time they saw their relatives who were hesitant and wanted to ask for help from them but didn't dare to speak? Isn't it that even though he doesn't say it in his mouth, he is saying in his heart, "It's really annoying, here it comes again, where can I have so much spare money to give them?" The third aunt was anxious all day long and became extremely thin. She had no way to vent her anger, so she had to curse her whenever she saw her uncle. The third uncle still had the same round and dark face, with a strong and useless look, and silently listened to her sharp curses. Sometimes it's just a short answer. That's right, that's right. You can scold me, but you won't get rice or firewood from scolding me. The third aunt said, "If I don't scold you, who else will scold you?" At such a young age, he has no ability to do anything. Everyone can earn money to support the family, even the fifth uncle's brother Sheng can earn money. My fourth cousin's family used to be so poor, but now they have bought a field. There are only things you have no use for. I have no ability to do anything. What a good fortune, but it was all ruined. Thank you for having the nerve to eat at home. I don't know. She became sad as she spoke and fell on the bed with her clothes undressed, crying bitterly. Her heart was full of sorrow and hatred, and she couldn't describe how depressed she was. In addition to resenting the bad fate of her own, she couldn't think of whose fault it was that made her suffer like this. Knowing that she could not survive, her grandmother took her out and lived in our house. The third uncle and 2 children also came with him. Sangu is a meticulous and understanding person. She knew that returning to her mother's house this time was not like girls coming home to play for a few days, where they could lose their temper, and people would treat her politely like a delicate guest. She came to live as a boarder, and now she is a poor person. She understands her position very well. She gave in to everything. He is kind to his sisters-in-law, nephews and nieces, and to the people below him. When we sit at the dining table to eat, we are never willing to take down the chopsticks to pick up the good food. We cannot eat even a little bit of food in one meal. Sometimes. Her 2 children were clamoring for the delicious food in front of their grandfather, so she glared at them so hard that they did not dare to speak again. They just looked at their mother with lustful eyes and did not even dare to eat. The old woman forgot to pour her wash water, and she didn't speak. Outside the gate, there were people selling groceries, and they shouted to pick them up. The children at home all ran out to buy them, and her 2 children also ran with everyone. However, the third aunt shouted sternly, "Itong, Yilin, where are you going?" The 2 poor children had no choice but to huddle close together and shrink back. Ah! A strong and shrewd person, the situation forced her to force herself, suppressing her strong character and putting away her arrogance and self-esteem. There was no day when she wasn't depressed. Living here is like sitting on a needle felt. Although she often has to worry about rice and firewood in her hometown, she feels happy and at ease. People in her mother's family treated her very well, but she always felt uncomfortable. She also stopped scolding her third uncle in person. She knew that it was not convenient to curse in other people's homes, and she did not slap the children one after another. She was afraid that they would cry and disturb others. Whenever she felt resentful, she would just grit her teeth and swallow all the bitterness, and sourness into her stomach. What unbearable anguish, what unbearable sorrow. The third uncle was still so confused. He didn't do anything all day, and he didn't want to find anything to do. He just held a handful of hookahs and sat on a chair in the living room, smoking the hookah. It was as if he had nothing on his mind, and was not at all anxious or depressed. This made Sangu even more angry. She likes to shoot sparrows very much, and she used to do them often at home. Nowadays, when her sisters-in-law ask her to have sex, she always refuses with excuses. She heard the sound of cards falling on the card table, she heard the crisp sound of shuffling and playing cards, she heard the laughter on the card table, the surprised shouts when there was a big card, she heard the trivial mixing of cards. Afterward, she heard the loser's bitter curses. Many people gathered around the card table and watched, but she stoically refused to leave the room. Her hands were itching, her heart was beating, and she was thirsty for a try, but she reluctantly subdued her desire. She really can't stand that kind of pain. She lived in our house for less than a year. Then she told her grandmother that she wanted to go home. Once her words are spoken, they are irreversible, and once her mind is made up, there is nothing she can do to change it. Her grandmother couldn't keep her, so she had to take her 2 children and take the Fujian boat back. Promised to send her a monthly allowance for pocket money. However, my grandfather kept his third uncle, saying that he would definitely have nothing to do when he returned home, so why not take a look at the opportunity here, and maybe there might be some small situation that he could help him with. The third uncle lived here not long ago. The fishermen of Fengwei Mountain sent representatives to see my grandfather, telling him that the current guild owner was incompetent and asked his grandfather to recommend someone else. Fengwei Mountain is an island outside Haimen. The residents on the island all make a living by fishing, and they are all Fujianese. Stewardship of the mountain. In fact, it is in the hands of the so-called club owner. The so-called guild owner is a manager of the Fuzhou Guild Hall. On the one hand, he represents all the fishermen in the mountain and negotiates with the local government on all matters related to the mountain. On the other hand, he is the manager recommended by all the fishermen. All public welfare affairs on the mountain must be presided over by him, and even quarrels between husband and wife must be complained to him and begged to criticize right and wrong. If the leader of this guild hall is a scholar, experienced in the world, and powerful, he can meet officials and government officials. They can bail out the fishermen who were arrested in the mountains. The fishermen collected a sum of money every year and gave it to him to support him as a reward. If the fishing market is booming, he can actually get a lot of money. The establishment of this association. Grandfather is the most powerful person in charge of the guild hall, and he personally went to the mountain to plan everything for them, and personally raised funds for them from the wealthy people in the village to build this guild hall. Therefore, every time the fishermen wanted a guild hall owner, they always asked their grandfather. Ask for a recommendation. Whenever he found that the leader of the guild hall was incompetent and dissatisfied with the public's expectations, he would ask his grandfather to replace him and appoint another person. This time, they're here again. Grandfather then remembered a poor distant brother who happened to be unemployed, so he recommended him and asked his third uncle to follow him. You can get some benefits. No one would object to the third uncle going to Fengwei Mountain and getting some of the benefits due to the owner of the guild hall, because the main hall of the guild hall was solely donated and built by his father during his lifetime. The reputation of the big boss of the Zhou family. There was no one on the mountain who didn't know that his son was going to be the assistant to the guild owner. Who would object? If the third uncle had the ability to meet officials and government officials, it would be easy for him to become the leader of the guild hall. It's just that he retreated when he saw the difficulty, knowing that he would definitely not be qualified. So Ning retreats to the role of assistant. He has been in the mountains for half a year, but he still can't send any money home. Apart from a bite of food, he never got a small amount of money. The club owner was very scheming and used various methods. He came to deceive this loyal and incompetent third uncle, so that he could not get any money. All the money fell into his own bag, completely ignoring the verbal contract agreed with his grandfather, and a year later. He also tried to make such a chaotic and honest man realize that he could no longer live on the mountain. So the third uncle went down the mountain, and he had the hall to himself. My grandfather was very unhappy about this, but it was inconvenient to change his face. Because the fishermen on the mountain were still at peace with him, they made him the owner of the guild hall. The third uncle had been away for a long time, and he missed home very much, so he returned to his hometown. Their family of 4 is living a life of poverty without rice or firewood as before. And he listened silently to the third aunt's sharp and endless sarcastic words. His round and dark face was only slightly covered with a thin layer of worry, and his eyebrows were slightly frowned. 8 years, 10 years, 15 or 16 years passed like this. They are always stuck in the quagmire of such hardship and poverty and cannot extricate themselves. During this period, the third aunt came to stay at our house several times, but she finally returned home after staying for a short time each time. During this period, the third uncle also had several small errands. However, it was only enough to survive for a while, and they soon became unemployed again. I don't know how they spent these long years, how they managed to survive in this miserable life. This young and strong couple. The year before last. When I returned to my hometown, I saw my third aunt. She was still so thin and gloomy. The 2 cousins are already 13 or 14 years old. Since they have never read or entered a school, they both have a chaotic and paternal style. The third uncle was too poor to do anything. He was scolded by his third aunt at home and found no place for him, so he joined the police station and became a sergeant. He is busy all day long and has official business, so it is difficult for him to go home. It wasn't until the 3rd night after I met Sangu that he had to take leave and come back to meet me. He was wearing a black police uniform, and his face still looked loyal and useless. He told me about the hardships of being a patrolman. You have to get up as soon as the sun breaks, and you have to do morning exercises with a gun in the freezing weather. If his legs were slightly bent, the inspector would pull out his command knife and hit him hard several times mercilessly. Half of the day is spent on guard duty and on business trips. Also, having to work the night shift every few days is even more difficult. standing deserted in the streets and alleys. If you secretly sleep against the wall and are discovered by a police officer on patrol at night, you will be beaten with a military stick dozens of times the next day. I used to. Whenever I see the vigorous police officers, I think of them as people with unlimited power who manage people, not the people who control them. Unexpectedly, there are such hardships behind the scenes. I never imagined that my loyal and incompetent third uncle could endure such hard work. There was no news about them for another 3 years. When they got the news to me again, there was even worse news. The third uncle had died of illness. According to his grandmother, in the first half of the year before his death, he suffered a lot of pain that no one else had ever suffered, and the same was true for his third aunt. It was not until his death that he escaped from this miserable state, and so did his third aunt. Half a year ago, for some unknown reason, he was beaten dozens of times by the inspector with a military stick and was dismissed. He had a sore on his stick and had no money to go to a surgeon. He lay in bed like this, bleeding with pus and blood, unable to get up, and died. While the third aunt was serving him, she also had to collect firewood and rice for the family. The hardship and anxiety were truly unbearable to imagine. A few days before his death, the third aunt was still mumbling sarcastic remarks. He was still facing her silently, his eyebrows were furrowed, his round and black face was covered with a thin layer of worry, and sometimes he would sigh softly, which he had never done before. No matter how painful the situation was, he never sighed. People said that this was a sign that he was about to die. After he died, all funeral expenses came from donations from several close relatives. When he died, he was left alone, with a wife and 2 children crying and sending him to the house, and no one else came to mourn him. He is dead. Perhaps he had escaped from the sea of suffering and the trap of hardship and poverty in this world. However, what was left behind was the third aunt and the 2 children. They were still struggling in this trap that could never be broken out, but there was one less prisoner. The 2 brothers who took away his assets are still prosperous and living a comfortable life, and their family situation is getting better day by day. When Grandma thinks about it, she sighs with emotion at the ignorance of heaven. Uncle Joe. Uncle Joe occupies a very peculiar position in the family. He was insignificant, yet he was a thorn in everyone's side and a thorn in their hearts. Everyone hated him, but on the surface they didn't dare to openly contradict him. He walked away, like a fallen leaf falling on the pond, indifferent and unnoticed. He walked away. From then on, no one mentioned him in front of others, and no one asked how he was doing, or if he had any letters. Only the eldest uncle accidentally said, "I don't know if it's okay for Lao Jiu to be in Huzhou. I've been there for several months and haven't received a letter yet." Only Damu remembered him accidentally and said, "Uncle Jiu has a bad temper. I wonder if I can live harmoniously with my colleagues there." However, Uncle Jiu's letter did not come, and Uncle Jiu himself came back soon. When he came back, as usual, he went to Dam's door first. Asked loudly, sister-in-law, are you in the room? When will eldest brother come home?" He came back, as usual, dressed in a desolate outfit, with breezy sleeves. Sometimes he didn't even have a bedding, and asked his wife to spend money and ask Wang Sheng to buy him a quilt at the last minute. When he comes back. As usual, the whole family secretly whispered behind each other's back, "The nasty devil is here again soon." There was unspeakable hatred and hate in everyone's heart, and the family was like a pile of dry wood lit on fire, and everything became troubled from then on. Chickens and dogs are restless. He was born to his great-uncle's second concubine. When he was born. My uncle is over 60 years old. He was less than 8 years old when his uncle died, so his eldest uncle was considered his strict father and teacher, not just an older brother. When he was 10 years old, he went to school with several brothers. He was hired by his family. Who is skipping school today? Needless to say, it must be him. Who was beaten by the teacher today? Needless to say, it must be him. Who has closed the night school today, lit the lamp and is still reciting? Confucius said, in the study, no need to say it must be him. It took 2 or 3 years to finish reading the 4 books, with great difficulty. After reading it, he fulfilled his responsibility, starting from The Way of University to It's Nothing But, and returned the original text to the teacher unchanged. When it comes to being naughty and fighting, he is number 1. He led the children all over the street to practice military exercises in the open space. Needless to say who led it, it must be him. It goes without saying who threw the rocks into the neighbor's window. It goes without saying that it was him. He beat the candy seller until he cried and came home crying. It goes without saying who caused the trouble. It goes without saying that it was him. The uncle really couldn't control him, so he sighed and ignored him. His mother was used to pampering him in every possible way, and his uncle would not dare to strictly control him. But the only thing he was afraid of was his uncle. Not only was he afraid when he was a child, but he was still afraid when he grew up. Big Brother is the only person in the family that he fears, the only person who says that he dare not reply. When his mother died, he was already in his 20s, and he often wandered around, saying he wanted to do business, saying he was looking for something to do, saying he was going to Shanghai or the provincial capital. At some point, his grandfather left him a small fortune. The clothes and jewelry his mother left to him disappeared without a trace, so he often stayed at his father's house as a hanger-on and meddled in other people's affairs. Since the eldest uncle and his family moved to Shanghai, the second aunt. The fifth aunt also lives in the same place. The family is bigger and the population is more mixed. The ninth uncle has also become a regular guest, and there is more talk. Every time he loses his job, Shanghai is the only way to go, and his uncle's house is where he must live. His unemployment is not much for 1 or 2 years, but his employment. 2 months and 3 months are already a long time. As a result, everyone in the family was involved in the whirlwind of hatred and hate. Even Li Ma was involved, and even Lotus was involved. The fifth aunt was polite on the surface but sarcastic and criticized behind her back. The second aunt was instigating behind her back and ignored him with a stern face on the surface. Uncle Gio and her became obviously irreconcilable enemies. Uncle Gio was nosy, for example. Hua was holding a kettle in his hand and wanted to make water. When he passed by him, he said with a straight face, "Hua, did you steal Mrs. Wu's biscuits last night? Didn't the eldest wife? I'm willing to beat you. If you steal again, I'll fight you." At this time, there was a clanging sound in the kitchen, indicating that Guama broke another bowl while washing the dishes. Uncle Gio stood up quickly, rushed to the kitchen and said, "Another bowl was broken. What a careless mother. I have to ask the eldest lady to deduct her wages to compensate. Why do you break things so often?" Li Ma picked up her little brother from upstairs and walked down the stairs. "Li Ma," Uncle Gio stopped her again. "Where are you taking your little brother? Watch out for the sun. Don't buy random things for him to eat. You can't afford it if it goes bad." Li Ma pouted and replied, "It's not me who wants to carry him out. It was Mrs. Wu who asked me to carry him to buy assorted candies." He is so nosy. So in the evening, there were whispers of curses in the kitchen. A man is worthless and can't make money. He eats ready-made meals but cares about other people's business. In the dim light, I can see Li Ma, Gua Ma, and He Hua, as well as Kai Ma, the fourth aunt, and the cook Asen Dot. Ninth uncle's noisy house is restless. For example, he is idle every day. I had nothing to do, so I stood by my second and fifth aunts every day. Next door, Mrs. Huang and the second concubine were looking around at the card table, giving pointers and instructions. They seemed to be more enthusiastic than the people playing cards. After seeing other people's cards, don't talk nonsense. Mrs. Huang stopped him with a smile, and the second aunt gave him a sharp look. Once, the second aunt happened to be listening to the white board, and the two ropes fell over. A pair of red and medium cards were already touched on the table. The cards were very big. She put the cards on the table, deliberately not letting Uncle Gio see them. Uncle Gio said angrily, "If you don't look at it, don't look at it." I still can't guess. There must be a pair of white boards. The sum of the two is very big. Don't hit the whiteboard. At this time, Mrs. Huang happened to touch a whiteboard and was about to play it casually. After hearing what he said, she hesitated for a moment and then played a familiar card. The result was that the second aunt did not make up. She couldn't help but complain. Said, "If you like to look at the cards, don't talk. If you look here and there, you will know all the cards." Uncle Joe glanced at her and said, "What did the second sister-in-law say?" "I didn't see you. If you lose badly, you should blame others." If Mrs. Huang and fifth aunt hadn't quickly persuaded her with a smile, a big fight would have been inevitable. Looking at the faces of Mrs. Huang and the fifth aunt, the second aunt had no choice but to pouted and swallowed silently for the sake of playing cards, while the ninth uncle also had to pouted and swallowed silently. As a result of this card game, the second aunt suffered a big loss. She then scolded Uncle Gio in the room for half the night. Uncle Gio was the biggest reason why she lost money. Her cards had just turned, and Uncle Gio happened to be too talkative, causing her deck of cards to fall into discord, and this discord made her unlucky to the end. If Uncle Gio shouldn't bear this crime, who should? It's so shameless. A man in his 30s still lives in his brother's house to eat and meddle in other people's business. A man with integrity should go out and make money on his own. Shameless, what a good look. He's nosy, and eats his own business. Good job. These were the worst words she could curse. For some unknown reason, every word of her curses reached Uncle Joe's ears. The next day, after the eldest uncle went out, Uncle Joe was furious. His thin face was swollen, his cheekbones were prominent, and his eyes were wide open. Like two small lanterns, they seemed to want to choose people and devour them. His palm hit the ebony table in the living room, making a loud pop, and then his high and sharp vocal cords began to pronounce, dash. I am anxious to lose, but I have to blame others. How cool. I am eating from my eldest brother, who can take care of me. I live in my eldest brother's house. I can live here if I like. Who is worthy of driving me away? If you want to drive me away, I want leave. If you are afraid that I will meddle in other people's business, I will do it anyway. Big brother can't let me go either. Can't I live in eldest brother's house? He's almost 40, and he's still dressed up in a weird way. He looks great. Don't look yourself in the mirror. These high and sharp words of cursing sang in Hawaii were enough for the second aunt to hear in her room. She was so angry that she was shaking all over, and she trembled and refused to show weakness and scolded back. Good job. Staying at home all day long, making trouble, and cursing people. Is it worthy? Why are you putting on such a big show at home? A good-for-nothing guy, over 30 years old, still eating and living in other people's homes, that's great. No future. The second aunt's words were like Zhang Fei's 8-foot-long snake spear, which pierced his heart right from the second aunt's room. It stirred up all the anger in him. He jumped up from the living room and rushed to the back patio. He rolled up the cuffs of his singlet with both hands, as if he wanted to fight someone desperately. He stood at second aunt's window and asked, "Second sister-in-law, who are you scolding?" The second aunt replied tremblingly, "I say what I say. No one can care. I don't care. When you curse, you should be clear and clear, don't hide the needle and the cotton. A tough guy needs to be scolded in person. Swearing behind someone's back is nothing. Good job. When you lose quickly, you start blaming others. Don't play cards if you're afraid of losing. It's not like I'm eating from your family, you can take care of me. The second brother has just got a huge errand in hand, and you become so majestic, so good. If you don't look at your past." The second aunt couldn't bear it any longer. She stood up from the chair and rushed to the door of the room. She pointed at Uncle Gio with one finger and said, "You dare to say that I, Uncle still?" Her voice trembled even more. I no longer had the courage to continue. Uncle Gio chased him further. "Who dares to say that you are now the wife of the director? If you have the ability, call the second brother back to eat me. All day long, colorful and weird, no one can see how you dress up. No children. Life, and the second brother is not allowed to marry the younger brother. Vinegar bottle, vinegar jar." These words were like a sharp knife, piercing the center of the second aunt's heart. She fell back from the door of the room, fell on the bed and cried loudly. This cry caused panic in the whole family. Uncle Chi and Wang Xing forcefully held Uncle Gio's arms. After pushing him out, the fifth aunt, Damu, Limu, Guamu, and Hahua all crowded around the second aunt, and their words of comfort were like the buzzing of bees on the nest in the evening, hot and dense. He was so upset that the whole family was restless. Wait until the uncle comes home from the hall. This time the storm has calmed down. Uncle Ninth no longer made any loud noises, and second aunt no longer howled or cried. Her mother and fifth aunt had persuaded her not to associate with dog-like people and become angry. That night in the room, Dam took a deep breath. He calmly said to his uncle, "Uncle Gio has been idle for too long. I have to think of something for him." The uncle said, "Why am I not worried for him? It's not easy to find the truth now. Last winter, it was difficult to recommend him to Bennu, but within 2 months, he came back again. Every time he was either having sex with his colleagues or following him because his employer had withdrawn his business. What should I do? His luck is certainly bad, and his temper is too bad." Dam said, "Think about it, are there any other places you can recommend? Didn't you say yesterday that the fourth brother-in-law was let go? Why not recommend him to give his fourth brother-in-law a try?" The uncle said, "Let's try writing a letter. There may be something wrong, but I'm afraid it won't be his turn." On the morning of the third day, Uncle Gio set off. He walked away, like a fallen leaf falling on the surface of the pond, indifferent and unnoticed. He walked away, and from then on no one mentioned him to anyone else, and no one asked how he was doing, or if he had any letters. Only Damu still occasionally remembers him, and only Uncle still occasionally talks about him. He walked away. There is no one missing from the family. There is only one thing that is obvious: there will be less talk, and no one will take care of the Lotus secretly eating, Guama breaking the bowl, or Li Ma carrying her little brother out. This time, his letter came back before he did. He said in the letter, the fourth brother-in-law treated each other very well, but he kept his younger brother at the headquarters, saying that he would be sent out again when there was an opportunity. After a few months, the second letter did not come, and he came back again. This time, he was unemployed for only more than half a year, and he was employed for no less than half a year. This was an unprecedented record in his unemployment history. He came back, still dressed in desolate clothes, with the breeze on his sleeves, and the whole family was still whispering privately, "The nasty ghost is here again." The fire was still lit on the pyre, and from then on the chickens and dogs were restless and talking a lot. The fourth brother-in-law was so indifferent to his relatives that he stayed at the general administration for half a year. Nothing is sent at all. I told him more than a dozen times in his cigarette shop, but he ignored her indifferently. His brother, his mother's nephew, and his distant uncle all arrived after me, and all of them were assigned good errands. I stayed in the headquarters and only ate his free food. Not a penny met. To be honest, if you want to have a bite of food, if you can't hang out anywhere, why must you be there? So I had to leave. He said to his uncle very passionately. The uncle didn't say anything and was silent for a long time. He only said, "You have to be more patient when doing things, but it's been a hard journey, so go to bed early." He turned around and called out, "Wang Sheng, has Master Ninth's bed been made?" Wang Sheng just agreed casually, "It's paved." Actually, his quilt will have to wait until Damu comes up with money tomorrow to buy a set for him. It's summer at this time. Summer nights are long, the sky is as blue as a blue velvet robe, and the stars are as bright as diamonds under the light. Uncle Gio couldn't sleep after dinner, so he dragged a stool to the patio on a summer night and sat there playing the huqin. The song he played was still the familiar Fujian tune, Fiddle, that he always played every summer night. His high and sharp voice matched the sound of the harp, and he sang repeatedly in a rough and annoying way. The faint Milky Way stretches across the sky, and the cool late-night breeze blows on people. Make him forget it's summer. The dew is gathering silently on the green grass and petals. And Uncle Gio's singing is not over yet. Li Ma, Guama, and He Hua were sitting in the back patio, the big cattail leaf fans making a snapping sound. What he saw was the same summer night sky that Uncle Gio saw. Lotus has yawned several times. The second aunt was in the room, holding a mosquito lantern to kill the mosquitoes inside the tent, preparing to have a comfortable night's sleep. When she heard Uncle Gio still singing, she said to herself, "What time has it been? You are still making noise. He is truly a nuisance and does not know what is good or bad." However, who could have expected that this nasty guy would save the whole family from bad luck? Really, no one could have expected that this bad luck would befall our family. What's more, I didn't expect that this bad luck would be saved by the annoying Uncle Gio. At dusk, the lights will be on. The eldest uncle has not returned home, Wang Sheng has gone out to deliver a letter, the seventh uncle has a friend to invite to dinner. Except for Uncle Gio and Ah-san, there is no man in the family. Molly was playing dominoes with her little brother upstairs, He Hua was beating her mother's legs, Ma Guo was cooking porridge in the kitchen. At this time, someone was knocking on the door, shouting, "Express message, express message." The second aunt said, strange, why is the express message coming at this time? She saw no one to open the door. He called Ma Kai, who was packing things in her room, and said, "Go and open the door. First, ask where the express letter came from." Kai's mother asked at the door, "Where did the express letter come from?" The person outside the door replied, "It's from Beijing. It's from someone named Zhou." With a click, Kai Ma opened the door. 3 big men crowded in outside the door at the same time. Kai Ma was about to ask what they were doing, but she was so shocked by the majestic look of these uninvited guests that she couldn't even spit out the question. "Where is your wife? Take us to see her quickly," the visitor said threateningly. Kai Ma was so frightened that her whole body was shaking, her legs were paralyzed, and she couldn't walk a step. The guests had already rushed from the patio to the living room. At this time, the whole family was aware that something unexpected had happened. At some point, Uncle Gio had slipped upstairs from his room. He said to the 5th aunt, "Don't be so fussy, just give them the things." The 5th aunt said in a trembling voice, "Molly, be careful of the little brother. Give them whatever they want." The 4th aunt was the most decisive and had already given it to them. "Take off your gold bracelets and diamond rings and put them in the phlegm." My mother shivered incessantly. I couldn't say a word, couldn't move a step. Uncle Gio quickly went up to the attic, climbed up to the roof tiles of the Huang family next door, walked down from the upstairs of his house, and arrived at the entrance of the alley. He took out the siren and blew it as hard as he could, and shouted, "Knowing there are robbers in there, robbers." There was a huge buzz of people inside and outside the alley, and at the same time several sirens answered each other melodiously. Those big men hurriedly escaped through the back door, and they didn't know where they went. Nothing was missing from the house, it was just a shock. Damu just chanted, "Namo Amitabha." "Thanks to the blessing of Bodhisattva, I haven't come into the room yet," the 5th aunt said. Fortunately, it was Uncle Gio who crawled over the Huang family's house from the roof tiles and whistled for help, which scared the robbers away. Damu sighed relaxedly and said, "After all, you are a member of your own family, and you can use it when you are urgent." Who would have thought that Uncle Gio, the thorn in the family's side and a thorn in the heart, could actually be of great use in times of emergency? However, who could have expected that Uncle Gio, the thorn in the family's eyes and heart, would leave for work again after summer? And it will be almost a year since I left. Not back yet. Who could have expected that when Uncle Ninth came back a year later, he would no longer look so handsome? He is much more respectable than before. He was wearing an expensive shuluo shirt, a bamboo cloth gown that was no longer old and torn. He was carrying 2 suitcases with him, very heavy, very heavy. A net basket, full of things, almost bursting the net, a large roll of bedding, wrapped in a snow-white blanket, no longer a bachelor with a mouth on his shoulders. His words are sweet, not again, there were harsh and bitter invectives. 5th aunt said, "Uncle Ninth has gained weight and has become a different person." When he came back, as usual, he went to the door of Dam's room first and asked loudly, Sister-in-law, are you in the room? When will eldest brother come home?" He is back, and the whole family no longer whispers behind their backs, "The nasty guy is here again." He is back and there is a new guest in the house. Everyone pays attention to his guests. Dam asked him, "Uncle Ninth, I heard that you have made a fortune, congratulations, congratulations. Have you got Aunt Ninth?" He smiled humbly and said, "What I said is just perfunctory. The bureau is very busy, so I reluctantly took half a month's leave to visit my brothers and sisters-in-law." The marriage was set, it was a distant relative of the director. He looked around the room and said, "Nothing has changed. How is everyone at home?" "The lotus is beating the back of Dama's legs." He said, "I haven't seen you for more than a year. The lotus is big enough to marry." The whole family went to Dam's room. The second aunt, the fifth aunt, the seventh uncle, and even Li Ma, Gua Ma, and Kai Ma were all crowded together in the room, looking at the ninth uncle. Aunt 5 asked, "Uncle Ninth, has he been playing cards lately?" "I often play with my colleagues in the bureau, but it's not a big deal, at least 50 yuan. It's just for fun. There are no big wins or losses." Uncle Gio replied. After dinner, Mrs. Huang also came. She asked with a smile, "How about playing cards in the afternoon?" Uncle Gio also comes to join in the fun. "Anyway, I'm fine at home. I'm just afraid that the cards are too small and Uncle Gio won't want to play." Uncle Gio said, "Where are the words? The big ones are beaten, and the small ones are beaten. It's just a recreational activity." With a cheer, more than 130 horse trump cards were poured on the table, and Uncle Gio actually went to the table to play with Mrs. Huang, second aunt, and fifth aunt. He was no longer at the card table. Zhang Zhang, looking to the west, pointing to the east, teaching to the west, "It's annoying." Who would have expected that Uncle Gio would have such a day? It was summer night. Summer nights are long, the sky in summer nights is as blue as a blue velvet robe, and the stars in summer nights are as brilliant as diamonds under the light. In the courtyard on this summer night, there is only one missing person. Playing the huqin, she sang the familiar Fujian tune, "Abortion." The faint Milky Way stretches across the sky, and the cool breeze in the middle of the night blows on people, making them forget that it is summer. The dew is gathering silently on the green grass and petals. In the back patio on this summer night. At the same time, Li Ma, Gua Ma, and lotus flowers were missing, and there was no sound of the big cattail fan, nor the yawning of lotus flowers. The lights in the upper room were red, and the room was filled with people in darkness. The sound of cards was loud and clear, the card players were shouting and laughing, and Li Ma, Gua Ma and He Hua were busy filling cigarettes and pouring tea while waiting for their card players. 3 years. On a white moonlit night with clear winds, fishing fires loomed, and a solitary boat traveled far away. Suddenly I heard the sound of pipa playing on the river. This noisy sound evoked infinite desolation. There was a feast with extravagant lights, a mess of food and wine, and trivial chatter. He talks loudly, knocks the table with chopsticks, and sings. If he is drunk or awake, the singing evokes a warm and prosperous feeling. The gurgling springs make people feel noble and pure, the rustling wind in the pines makes people think of the vastness, the fine flute in the cave adds to the quietness of midnight, and the low-pitched huqin sobs. Playing out the lingering melancholy, these tones are all knowable. They are of the present world, the joys and sorrows of the present world, the joy and depression of the present world, and the feelings of the present world. Only in the quiet afternoon, the red midday sun shines on the east wall, the shadows of trees and flowers are interlaced on the ground, and the streets and alleys. A half-tone of the blind fortune-teller's 3-stringed music floats in the wind. What kind of mood will this simple and familiar clanking sound arouse in you? This mood is unknowable, mysterious, vague, and non-worldly. This simple and familiar clanging 3-stringed sound is like the faint call of an angel in white, calling you to jump from this world to the second world, calling you to move from a narrow room to the boundless wilderness. The simple and familiar clanging sound of the 3-stringed string is like destiny. She stands in front of you and chats with you. You can't avoid her big and miserable face, which is as gray as a dead person. You can't help but listen to her dull and monotonous voice. Oh, this simple and familiar clanging three-stringed sound, although it is only a sound and a half, floats from the streets and alleys to your study, but it hurts you, like two invisible poisonous arrows. Right in your heart. Everyone has been hurt in this way, even Sister 17's numb and heavy heart couldn't help but be deeply wounded. She was dazed, and raised her dull eyes, aimlessly focusing on the cobweb in the corner, which had a corner damaged. The black spider is busy repairing. The peach trees are covered with red flowers. A row of cannas at the foot of the stairs are also in full bloom. Large flowers of red, yellow, and black spots are opening their mouths and smiling towards the bright spring light. Moss in the cracks between the stones in the patio. Still green. The peonies in the flower bed are also sprouting purple buds. It has been 3 years since Sister 17 left her old home here. Now when I come back, everything at home is still the same, everything in the patio is still the same, but she is changed. In these 3 short years, she changed from a girl to a woman, and her carefree heart turned into numbness and bulkiness, and her lively eyes turned into a dull and absent-minded, smiling pink face. It turns yellow, haggard, and miserable. In these short 3 years, she experienced a lifetime. Her life had stagnated like this, no longer moving forward, just like a pool of stagnant water, gray-blue and filthy. She stood in the courtyard blankly. A half-tone of the fortune-teller's 3-stringed instrument drifted in the wind from the streets. Even in her numb and heavy heart, she couldn't help but be hit deeply by an arrow. Destiny herself seemed to be standing face to face with her. "Auntie, come and see, the bride is back." Her 5-year-old niece smiled on her round and rosy face. He jumped up from the hall and said to her. Her little hand was forced into her aunt's hand. "Aunt, go and see, go quickly." The bride came back with many red and gold boxes. She was confused, empty, and emotionless, and she reluctantly held the child's hand. "Come to the front hall together." The bride is her 3rd sister-in-law, whom she married just 3 days ago. After she got married, she rarely stayed home for more than 2 days in the 3 years since her marriage. This time it was an exception. Because there was a happy event, the 4th aunt, her mother-in-law, specially allowed her to stay a few more days. When sister-in-law 17 was 9 years old, her mother specially called a fortune-teller to come in one day to tell her future destiny. The clanging sound of the 3 strings was interrupted by the little girl's cry of, "Fortune-teller, fortune-teller." The little girl led him in by clinging to the end of the blind fortune-teller's pathfinding bamboo stick. He sat on a chair in the hall and said, "Madam, whose fortune do you want to tell?" "A man's fortune." "A woman's fortune?" Her mother said, "She is a girl. She is 9 years old. She is born in the year of Tiger. She was born on July 16th. After the fortune-teller muttered to himself a lot of terms that others didn't understand, he said to her mother, "Madam, I like to speak bluntly. If there is bad luck, I will say bad, and if there is good luck, I will say good luck. You can't cheat money by talking nonsense. Madam, really? This life is not a good one. It is destined to defeat. Madam, this life." "Are both parents here?" "My father is deceased, but my mother is here." "Yes, I am destined to defeat my father. Don't get married too early. The age of 24 or 5 is the right time. If you get married too early, you will have to control your child. Madam, this life is really hard. Madam, I like to speak bluntly, and I will speak harshly. The little girl still led the blind man out. The clanking three-stringed music sounded again, getting closer and farther away, and gradually disappeared into the noise of the street. At this time, several peach trees in the courtyard were in full bloom, and the peonies in the flower bed were sprouting purple buds. The spider is also busy building its web in the corner. Sister-in-law 17, with a red apple face, was chasing a little black cat in the sunshine in front of the steps. She never thought about her future destiny. The only thing that bothered her was that her ears were still aching. The day before yesterday, her mother asked Mrs. Gu from next door to pierce her earrings. The thin red thread was still hanging in the hole. Mrs. Gu's hands did not tremble, and the short needle passed through the pink earpiece very neatly. At the time, I didn't realize how painful it was. So Chichuan and her neighbors like to ask her to wear girls' earrings. Sister-in-law 17's two sisters also had their earrings pierced by Mrs. Gu's hands. She was the youngest girl in her family, and Mrs. Gu had her ears pierced. She has to wait until the second generation of girls in her family grow up before she can have this good deal. Spring and autumn, like skaters on the North Sea, slipped by one very quickly. Unexpectedly, sister-in-law 17 was already 20 years old, which was the year she got married. Maybe it's too late. Brother 17 was returning home after graduating from school in Beijing. The fourth uncle and the fourth aunt were busy finding a good wife for him, and the 17th sister-in-law was matched by the matchmaker and became the bride of the 17th brother. There is a large copper bed in the new house. It was specially bought from Shanghai, a brand new green tent, neatly spread out on the bed frame. Two white copper tent hooks raise the tent door brightly. The eyebrows of the tent are made of red satin embroidered with many flowers, and there are two embroidered flower basket-like ornaments hanging on both sides of the tent door. The tables, chairs, clothes hangers, suitcases, mirror cabinets, and picture frames are all brand new, and you can almost smell the new smell. On the table in front of the window, there are a pair of tall tin candlesticks with big red candles written in gold on them, as well as several brand new teacups and cups. Under the bed are piles of large and small gold-painted clothes basins, foot basins, and the like. As soon as you walk into this room, you will feel immersed in it. It seems to have infinite joy and new energy. The fourth aunt is very attentive and considerate towards the bride. The new girl's breasts are long, and the new girl's breasts are short. There were always 7 or 8 times a day in her room. When eating, she would always put good food in her bowl. Don't be polite, new young lady, please eat more vegetables. In the morning, when Sister 17 came to the room to say hello, she would always say, "New young lady, you can't get up like this. It's late. You might as well get some sleep if you have nothing to do." 1 month after the 17th sister-in-law came over, the fourth uncle took charge of Tiantai County. My fourth uncle worked as a petty bureaucrat in Zhejiang province for 20 years, and his idle time on the waiting list was always more than 12 or 13 years. Even if he was released from work, it was still hard work, and it was a short-term job, and he had never received an official seal. This time, I am acting as the Tiantai County Hall. The whole family jumped in love with it, and the fourth aunt was laughing from ear to ear for 3 days. She said at the dinner table, "It's all thanks to the blessing of the new young lady." In the 3rd month after her marriage, it was confirmed that she was pregnant again. This made the fourth aunt particularly happy. She said, "Big wife." After being married for several years, they still had no children. The new young lady got pregnant not long after she came into the family. The Bodhisattva blessed her to give birth to a boy, and the Zhou family was free from worries. From then on, she treated 17th sister-in-law better and more considerately. The new young lady should take care of herself and not work. Just tell me what you want to eat and ask the kitchen to buy it. In the evening, when the cook goes to the upper room on Wednesday to ask the wife what dishes she wants to add tomorrow, she always asks Molly to ask the new young lady what she wants to eat after she has thought about what the young master wants to eat. Boss Nai said no. However, the fourth aunt took it upon herself to order, Wednesday, tomorrow I will buy a tender chicken for the new young lady and stew it. When it is stewed, ask Molly to bring it to her room. Put the good food on the dining table, and you can eat it with chopsticks. He chops it off and it's all gone in a moment, but the person who wants to eat doesn't get a share. She spent more time in the new young lady's room every day, sitting on the chair in front of the window, chattering about household details, telling her eighth sister-in-law how disrespectful her mother-in-law was and how lazy she was. Ask her about little things at home. Seeing the shoe uppers being embroidered on her table, she said, "Looks really good. Who painted the flowers? The new young lady is really capable." Before leaving the room, he repeatedly ordered, "Don't do too much, don't sit too much, ask Molly and Ma Zhang to do it if you have something to do, don't do it yourself." 17th sister-in-law is living her golden age. 8th sister-in-law treats her in a perfunctory manner. Behind his back, he was jealous and cursed, "I don't know if it's a boy or a girl. You're only 3 or 4 months old and you're so delicate. Eat this, eat that, it's so happy. My mother-in-law doesn't look like her, she just eats all day long. Running around my wife's room. I don't know if she's a boy or a girl, but I care about her so much." In December, snowflakes fell all over the house tiles and the patio. Fourth uncle is busy making his 50 double birthday. This is the hottest birthday in his life. In the first half of the month, the whole family has been busy. 3 days ago, a red archway was erected in front of my home. The large patio is covered with a canopy covered with open tiles. I invited 2 good masters from the yamen to manage the affairs in the accounting room. People came in droves to give gifts. A dozen servants wearing red tassel hats and neat new clothes came and went, like a butterfly flying through the flowers. Several relatives had also come as guests a few days earlier. Several children, all dressed in brand new red and green clothes, were running and laughing in the hall and patio, or clustered together to look at the gifts that had been brought in. Burden. The ham is placed flat in the basket. Chickens crouched among the firecrackers and red candles, ducks stretched out their heads and looked around. Occasionally there were white geese with red crowns on their heads and a circle of red paper around their necks. Occasionally there were white geese standing on the ground like tables. A large basin and a large steamed bun basin that are also tall. The basin is decorated with figures made of rice noodles from stories such as the 8 Immortals Crossing the Sea and Magu's Birthday. On the night of Nuanshu, there were more than a dozen banquets. The hall, the flower hall, and the study were full of male guests, and the new mistress's room, the 4th aunt's room, and the 8th sister-in-law's room were all filled with guests. They are also crowded with ladies and ladies. More than a dozen pairs of red candles burned high. The hall, flower hall, and study room are all hung with red birthday banners, birthday couplets, and birthday screens. My Lord Zhang also sent me a red satin silk scroll, and my second uncle, who is a minister in Beijing, also sent me a pair of birthday couplets. During the dinner, more than tens of thousands of firecrackers were set off, which deafened the guests and made them unable to hear anything. Snowflakes were falling outside the door, but here it was joyful and warm. It didn't feel like winter or snowing at all. The next day was the birthday, there were more guests, and the atmosphere was even more lively. Even the royal family members came to pay their respects very early. In the evening, there were more than 30 banquet tables, and even the large patio was filled with tables. The banquet was organized by the largest tavern in the city. They have not done other business for 3 or 4 days, and have been concentrating on preparing for the birthday party at the mansion this week. The leftover wine is given to the busboys in bowls, but the old men and women don't